I am the leader of the largest mass movement on the face of this very planet.
Bro, you know this.
Cannot waste on this New Year's Day, the very first day of January in the year of our Most High Elohim 2021, with the sun now standing at precisely 7 minutes past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra.
Oh, what is this?
Cannot need Fulani Caliphate to try to deny your space to propagate the gospel of the restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. This address this evening is designed to touch upon everything we have accomplished over the years and what we intend to accomplish as we move forward. Not minding that I'm not on Facebook, I will allow, or should I say, advise our people to allow those who are waiting for me to come live on Facebook to please access this very broadcast via Ipob Community Radio app, also Radio Biafra app, our FM relay stations in the blessed land of Biafra. We are also on satellite television. There you can be able to follow this very program this morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. Before we go any further, this customary with us, we must hand over our proceedings to the Most High, to come and take charge, not just of this very broadcast this very evening, but also these very efforts to liberate his own children this year going forward. They have decided not to allow us to broadcast on social media. That notwithstanding, I do understand that we are on YouTube as well. Some of you may be able to follow us on that very platform if you wish to do so. Let us pray. And we are going to pray as it is customary here in the language of heaven. Chineke na nke pụrụ ime ihe niile, Chukwu okike abịa amaghị onye mmụọ na mmadụ na-akpụ isi ala nye. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka mbara igwe na-egosi ọlụ aka ya mere eji wee na-etubusu niile nke ndị agha, amaghị onye dị ka eze ndị nsọ. Ọ bụ na aka gị ka anyị dabere, onye nwe m. N'ime gị ka anyị gbabara eze mbe dị ngọzi, wee n'eze atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro. Anyị wee were ụmụ gị n'ụwa niile bụ ndị IPOB bụ abụrụ tụrụ ugo, onye nwe m, wee na-ebute n'iru nsọ gị ka i wee gọzie ụmụ gị n'otu n'otu, ọlụ aka ha niile, ezinụlọ ha niile, ọpụpụ ha na mbata ha. Onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke pụrụ ihe niile, arịrịọ ka anyị na-arịọ gị, mkpọbụ ka anyị na-akpọku aha nsọ gị, ka ọ ga-abụ n'ibete maazụ ka ndị iro hapụ iche anya otu, onye nwe m, n'ihi na ọ bụ sọsọ aha nsọ gị ka anyị ji wee na-anya isi. Anyị enweghị onye ọzọ. Mba niile dị iche iche gbakọta anya azụ wee na-eme ka ha wee megide ndị gonyere na Chineke nna nke igwe, ka ha si wee kwunie na ha ga-esi wee megide obodo nsọ gị bụ Israel. Iwe si na mba n'okwu gị ga-adịrị na mmezu n'ụbọchị nke dị Israel wee guzosie ike. Otu a ka anyị si wee na-arịọ gị n'otu aka ahụ, anyị onwe anyị bụ ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra, gbasasị aka ụkpaka n'ụwa niile, ka anyị na-eche n'iru gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi n'ihi na ikwuru anyị na nkwa sị na mgbe anyị kwuburu iwe kpọkụ aka nsọ gasụrụ ngọngọ atụrụ ụbọchị ọbụla anyị kwuburu iwe jụọ arụsị na ụbọchị nke ahụ na ị ga-agosi anyị n'ụzọ pụrụ iche iwe gọzie ndị gị onye nwe m n'ụbọchị nke taa sọsọ eji ama ka anyị na-ajaga onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe n'ihi na ọ bụ naanị ya bụ ndị pụrụ ime mila ndị iro n'ihu anya anyị etu a onye nwe m na Chineke nna ka aka nsị ndị iro bara ha ọnụ obodo ekwensu busu aka nsị ha wee baa ha ọnụ ndị terọrist na ndị bandit wechiri ha wee n'ala ha n'iyi dịka isi wekwa anyị na nkwa na oge ahụ ruo na ị ga-ememila ndị niile bụ ndị mere ka ụmụ gị wee gbaa anya mmiri onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke bi n'igwe anyị wee were ụmụ gị ndị a niile n'otu n'otu onye ọbụla nke anyị na-ahapụ wee nyefee gị n'aka anyị wee na-echeta ndị nọ n'ụlọ nga wee na-echeta ndị nọ n'ụlọ ikpe na onweghị ihe ọbụla ha mere ndị niile bụ ndị nwe ike kpọtara ndị nri ụlọ ekwensụ ka ha wee gwa gbuwe onye nwe anyị na Chineke ndị ga-abụrụ anyị ọbụ ebe nwe ike nọ na ndị otu ya ị ga-abụrụ anyị ọbụ n'ihi na ịbụ Chineke nna ị ga-abụrụ anyị ọbụ ebe nwe ike na onye nwe m n'otu aka na isi ụmụ ahụ na ndị ọjọọ niile bụ ndị kpọtara ndị fọrọ janjawid n'ala nsọ gị onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe ndị dị etu a bụ ndị ga-ekpochapụ n'otu n'otu ị gaghị emere ha ebere anyị na-agba akwụkwọ n'isi ha nna nke igwe n'otu ahụ onwe ha si were mụta ụmụaka n'ihi na nwoke mụtara nwoke mụta nwaanyị otu aka akụ nwa ha si wee mụta nwoke mụta nwaanyị ikpeazụ wee mụta nwoke wee mụta nwaanyị nwoke wee mụta nwoke wee mụta nwaanyị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka ha si wee mechie ezinụlọ ndị ọzọ onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke bụ igwe sikọta ha mechie ezinụlọ ndị dị etu a n'ihi onwe ihe ọbụla si anyị na ha na-akụ nna nke ebere otu osisi anyị ga ka anyị na-aga onwe onye ọbụla napụrụ ihe ya n'ike anyị anaghị ezu ochi anyị anaghị agba ama nna nke dị nsọ ị ga-eku n'iwe lụọrọ ndị gị ọgụ onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe obodo ekwesị bụ usu ka ị ga-ala n'iyi dịka ekwesịkwa anyị na nkwa anyị wee na-arịọ gị na-asị ezi ebube dị ngọzi ọ bụ gị onwe gị bụ onye ehi were Eastern Security Network ọ bụghị mmadụ dị ndụ n'ihi na ọ bụ izi anyị ozi anyị wee zie ndị dị ndụ igwe si n'oge ahụ erube mgbe nnụnụ ọbụla ga-alaghachi na-akwụ onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe na a ga-enwe ndị nche ga-eche ala nsọ gị iwe si etu onwe eme ka ha wee guzosi ike ezi ebube dị ngọzi ihe a ga-eri aga atọ ha onye nwe m na Chineke nna ị ga-ekpuchigide ha ị ga-enye ndị mmụọ ozi gị ugwu ebe ụmụ gị ndị dị etu ahụ bụ ndị nche bụ ndị volunteer anyị wee guzosi ike n'isi ụmụ gị ndị a niile bụ ndị na-eche ala nsọ gị bụ Biafra onye nwe m na Chineke nna nke igwe wee na-asị na ndị mmụọ ozi gị ga-agba ha okirikiri wee chebe ụtụtụ ihe ha bara onweghị atụmatụ ọjọọ ọbụla nke ndị iro ga-emepụta ha n'ahụ nna nke igwe n'ihi na mmeri bụ nke anyị ị ga-arọpụtara anyị ngwa agha ezi ebube ị ga-arọpụtara anyị ngwa agha onye nwe m na ndị Fulani janjawid pụta ala nsọ gị anyị sụọ ha akụ nna nke ebe anyị wee ọ bụla ha wee tọjụọ ala n'ihi na abụghị ekwensu ka ọ ga-abụ na ikpeta masị na Biafra ga-eguzorịrị onweghị ihe ọbụla mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ ime ebe Biafra ga-eguzo n'ihi na ihe ọbụla idere n'idewu ya anyị ga-aja gị ma wee too gị gọzie ha nsọ gị ma bulie gị elu site na ebighị ebi ma ọ bụ na ebighị ebi ka anyị na-arịọ ise once again I welcome each and every one of you this evening, morning, afternoon, or depending on where you are. We are not able to broadcast live on Facebook because Facebook proceeded to tell me, or in fact, they actually said to me that I will not be able to broadcast on my Facebook page. That is the reason.
The network. So 1 minute, it will come back from the day of the broadcast. You know, they are trying to shut the program down, but he continued. So listen.
Captured it very succinctly. And the person said that Ojukwu fought 2 wars. I will call it 3. Because Ojukwu was fighting neo-colonialism, British imperialist interest in Black Africa. Ojukwu was also fighting the stupidity of a black man. Because those who rose up against him were also black people who were suffering, and they are still suffering till this very day. Ojukwu was also fighting Igbo Efulefus everywhere. That was exactly what happened. And this fight we are facing now is no different. That is why
don't worry, the program will bounce back. Its network is the problem of the program. So from the day he broadcast the program, there was heavy attack. So they just manage it.
Their lands in the north will be occupied by bandits that they themselves. To understand that there is a method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that. ESN will give it to us. Because in their eternal foolishness and stupidity, and for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. Because Ojukwu was fighting neo-colonialism, British imperialist interest in Black Africa. Ojukwu was also fighting the stupidity of a black man. Because those who rose up against him were also black people who were suffering, and they are still suffering till this very day. Ojukwu was also fighting Igbo Efulefus everywhere. That was exactly what happened. And this fight we are facing now is no different. That is why our their lands in the north will be occupied by bandits that they themselves. To understand that there is a method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that. ESN will give it to us. How? Because Ojukwu was also fighting the stupidity of a black man. Because those who rose up against him were also black people who were suffering, and they are still suffering till this very day. Ojukwu was also fighting Igbo Efulefus everywhere. That was exactly what happened. And this fight we are facing now is no different. That is why our their lands in the north will be occupied by bandits that they themselves. to understand that there is a method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Depends on your own time, where you reside or where you don't reside in this world. I greet you. I welcome you on this particular program. As I welcome you, please endeavor to welcome another person to join us. How can you welcome another person to join us? When you hit the like button, when you share the program, and whenever you are commenting on the different things based on what we're going to discuss today, you are making YouTube to flag, to bring the message up. But when you are not commenting, you are not liking, you are not helping the program. So please endeavor to like and share so you can help others to notice that we are live, that we are direct as of this moment. So please, I want you to join the program fully. What we are doing today is to listen to the countries that Mazan Kano said to us that this is the history, or the countries that we have to check their history, how they become a country. That is how Biafra will come in a common world. That's why I put on my headline, I said, IPOB members, Mazin MMK said we should check history of Yemen, Somalia, and Syria for Biafra to come. And this history of this Yemen, Somaliland, Syria, also Sierra Leone is included. What is their history? And why do we have to check up their history? I'm not the one who said so. Heard from the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Listen again, maybe if you are forgotten. Listen to this.
The method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. For us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic.
I hope.
And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
It's only one way that we are going to achieve Biafra as a country. Now, if you followed me or you listened to my program of yesterday night, we'll start with Syria. How Syria, the scenario of Syria, we have to recreate back. That's why I use in common word, that we need to check the history of Yemen, Somalia, and Syria. So from yesterday, we have started checking those histories. And I have done my research over those 3 countries, or 4 of them. That is the program we are here today to handle. that so we can understand what is really their history. What is that their scenario we have to recreate for Biafra to come? And why do we have to check their history? I forgot this broadcast some time, but something brought me to the message. When I said that Biafra can only come through us repeating the history of those that have made up their country. It's not by DOS. It's not by all this shenanigans going on in social media today, because this shenanigan has been there before we started. In time of Ojukwu, the Igbo slave, they are there. Did Ojukwu focus on them? The answer is no. He focused on the message to restore Biafra as a country, even though he fell along the line because of the saboteurs and the bad wife. And what Mazakan was reminding us here is also why I'm searching on one of his programs. He said, a time will come when the Biafra will give the mandate to form government in exile. When you play the history of Syria, the history of Yemen, the history of Somalia, then you may understand what those that are recreating the history, or those that are trying, those that are working, or those that have checked the history of Syria, Yemen, and Somalia. That is why it's very important at this stage. That is why for me, I don't believe in saga. I don't believe in all these things that are making noise, because Nigeria cannot be using DOS, Lord Kachimezie, and all this will come and give us news. No. Nigeria is the one behind what Nneka Chimezie is doing. So it's not going to give attention to that. That is kind of men who we are. Nothing moves us, except when my mind asks us to move. And when mind asks us, this is what we must do, and we're going to do it, and we must always move. The knowledge is what we needed for us to achieve Biafra. Imagine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu opening his holy mouth and told the gullible IPOB one family in the world who are making noise here and there that we need to recreate the history of Yemen, the history of Syria, the history of Somalia. But today, in the history of these countries, we find out even a country like Somalia never did protest for one day. Because in our own case, except the selfish mind and the devilish mind of our people, and the evil mind, and the betrayer mind, and the greedy mind, and the haters of truth as in our people's life, we don't need these years of protest. Because I understand it from the history of country like Somalia, that when they formed government in exile, that they never did protest for one day, because their country just collapsed. It has already been an existing country from 1960, and it collapsed. When it collapsed, and the warlords are the ones controlling and the oppressors using them to scatter Somalia, what happened? The real people of Somalia transitioned into government in exile in Kenya. They transitioned into government in exile in Kenya. And what happened? They formed government in exile. They redeclared their country back without one day protest. Because of what? It's a case of lose country that has been collapsed, like our own case. A country like Syria protests for only 2 years, and they transition government in exile and issue a redeclare of their lost country and start acting like a country that triggers the world to grant them a full recognition. Both when the recognition is coming, Syria never transitioned back immediately to their country. They waited until 13 years in exile. After the Syria, Mazen Kanu mentioned here that we have to recreate their history. After they have declared their country, they remain in exile for 13 years. In that 13 years, there was waiting for world power like the evil British and the America to organize them. When America recognized them, they now transition back into their land. But remember that it took Syria that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, the president of Biafra, the leader of Biafra, said that we need to recreate the history of Syria, Somalia, and Yemen in his broadcast. Exactly January 1st, 2021, before he was being kidnapped, like he knew. And he opened up the holy mouth and said, we have to check the history of these three countries. And that is what we are going to repeat for us to end Nigeria government as a country and for Biafra to come. I am not making out my story. Listen to it again.
The method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable
in the modern movement that we're into, end the total caliphate and end Nigeria. The only one way is when we check the history of these countries that Mazen Kanu mentioned here. IPOB organization that are doing protests, the only thing you know is to come and do protests. Nothing else you can do. But Methusedek and his group, claiming they love Mazen Kanu, he told us that we have to recreate the history or repeat the history or check out the history of this Syria, Yemen, Somalia, for Biafra to become a country. He said that this is the history we must recreate for us to achieve Biafra as a country. We must do what they did. And what is those things that the Syria did? What is those things that the Yemen people did? What is those things that the people of Somalia did? Let's go and find out in their history. I am going to play without saying a word. I will start from Syria and come to Somalia first today. After that, we come to tomorrow or next, we come to Yemen. After Yemen, we'll come to Sierra Leone. Listen to this. Now, look at the history. He asked us that we have to check and have to recreate. Not that we said we have to recreate it in a 10 common word. We have to repeat what they did. What triggers, what makes them to become a country. That is what it simply means. Listen to this.
The details regarding the timelines, organization names, and international recognition of the Syrian opposition break down as follows. 1. The names of the organizations. The Syrian opposition used two distinct, interconnected bodies to represent themselves. The umbrella political organization, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces, commonly referred to as the Syrian National Coalition or SNC. This was the broad political coalition that managed international diplomacy. The government in exile body, the Syrian Interim Government, SIG. This was the specific executive, administrative arm created by the SNC to function as a government in exile and manage daily civil services like schools, hospitals, and local infrastructure. 2 years of protests before transitioning. It took exactly 2 years of popular uprisings and escalating conflict before the formal government in exile was created. March 2011. Massive, peaceful pro-democracy street protests erupted across Syria as part of the Arab Spring. March 2013. Following 2 years of a violent regime crackdown that turned the protests into a full-scale civil war, the opposition officially declared the creation of the Syrian Interim Government, SIG, during a conference in Istanbul, Turkey. 3 years spent in exile. The Syrian opposition body spent a total of 11 to 12 years operating outside of the central capital before the collapse of the Bashar al-Assad regime in late 2024. This time frame is generally divided into 2 administrative phases. Phase 1, absolute foreign exile, 3 years. From 2013 to 2016, the SIG operated entirely from its headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey, with no physical administrative control on the ground. Phase 2, the Northern Border Zone, 8 years. From 2016 to late 2024, the SIG moved its physical headquarters onto Syrian soil in the northern border city of Azaz. While no longer in a foreign country, they remained completely exiled from the true capital and center of national power in Damascus. Following the total collapse of the Assad regime in December 2024, the Syrian National Coalition briefly relocated to Damascus. By early 2025, these older opposition frameworks were formally dissolved and integrated into the centralized Syrian transitional government under Ahmed al-Sharaa. 4. How long to achieve international recognition? Remarkably, the political organization achieved widespread international recognition almost instantly, taking only a matter of days, not years, though this recognition came before they officially formed the government in exile. The timeline of their lightning-fast diplomatic recognition highlights this rapid shift. November 11, 2012. The Syrian National Coalition, SNC, is officially formed in Doha, Qatar. 1 day later, November 12, 2012, Qatar and the 6 member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, formally recognized the SNC as the sole legitimate representative of the Syrian people. 2 days later, November 13, 2012, France becomes the first Western superpower to grant formal recognition. 1 week later, November 19 to 20, 2012, the European Union and the United Kingdom issue formal recognition. 1 month later, December 12, 2012, the United States formally recognizes the coalition at a Friends of Syria conference in Marrakesh, Morocco, alongside more than 100 other international delegates. The catch with recognition. While over 100 countries rushed to recognize the political coalition, SNC, within weeks of its birth in late 2012, many of those same Western and Arab nations later hesitated to give that same level of formal diplomatic recognition to the actual interim government, SIG, when it launched in 2013, preferring to treat it as a civil administrative partner rather than a sovereign replacement state.
I hope you are listening to the history of Syria. I will still play it again. What I played out now is how Syria, the country you claim is your leader, that is in prison, so that we have to recreate the history of Syria. And look at the history of Syria here. The Syria did protest only 2 years. They transitioned into government in exile. Part of them, Qatar. Part of them, the same France. I always mention here. They transition into a government in exile and issue official declaration of their country. They ended the protest in 2 years. That is why Mazakano told you that I am tired of broadcasting and the prison on the streets, that we have to check the history. None of you IPOB members check the history of Syria, Somalia, and Yemen. It's only Simon Eba Njoko. Check the history of the Syria, Somalia, and Yemen, and Sierra Leone. That is why he did what the people of Syria did. 2021, he started. 2023, he formed government in exile and map out a date for redeclared of the lost country, Biafra, that was lost in the hands of Nigeria and Britain. And he said, we are going to redeclare it on December 2nd, 2024. But he also said, Simon Ekpa said, that as matters are rising, that we might be declared before then. And what happened? It was redeclared before then. The same way the gullibles, those are following Simon Ekpa today, refused to play the video when he said that based on the situation we find ourselves, it might be December 2nd or before then. And you are supposed to claim you are Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of Ipob. You claim is your leader. He told you to check the history. You leave him Oba or Cheche or Jenye Goal or bad players or only him alone. You are there. Hey, today's program is very sweet. Ha onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is all you can do. But for you to ask you a question, ask yourself, what is happening to Syria? He mentioned. What is the history of Somalia? What is the history of Yemen? What is the history of Sierra Leone in Africa? These are countries that you need to check, and you refuse to do. And the man who knows it comes up, who listened to him and said, understand, why did he mention these people? And what we are hearing here today in their history, their movement is all about creating a government in exile and issue a declaration of Syria as a country. The same history happened to Somalia. Yemen is totally different history about when Biafra moves from Nigeria, what will happen in the north. He gives out everything that we need to do for Biafra to become a country, Biafra to come. And you are there gossiping. You are there holding your position of coordinator, Asia rep, and all nonsense that's full of your brain, proving a black man brain that Ojukwu fought for. That is the main problem. With those who sent Ojukwu back, if Ojukwu could have gone in exile, we might not be here. We might, but Mazi Kanu also said that Chukwu government allow it for us to witness it, for us to go through what the Israelites passed through before they can be able to reach their promised land. That is where we are. Whatever you may think, and whatever you are saying today, and you believe that Biafra should be a country, and you are not supporting you declared, you are among those who Ojukwu fought in his own time, that never want Biafra, that Igbo Eflef is who you are. And all these Igbo politicians, they could not stop this, but they don't understand the legal movement that we are into, that we end them very soon. Let's play again.
The details regarding the timelines, organization names, and international recognition of the Syrian opposition break down as follows. 1. The names of the organizations. The Syrian opposition used two distinct, interconnected bodies to represent themselves. The umbrella political organization, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces, commonly referred to as the Syrian National Coalition or SNC. This was the broad political coalition that managed international diplomacy. The government in exile body, the Syrian Interim Government, SIG. This was the specific executive, administrative arm created by the SNC to function as a government in exile and manage daily civil services like schools, hospitals, and local infrastructure. 2. Years of protests before transitioning. It took exactly 2 years of popular uprisings and escalating conflict before the formal government in exile was created. March 2011. Massive, peaceful pro-democracy street protests erupted across Syria as part of the Arab Spring. March 2013. Following 2 years of a violent regime crackdown that turned the protests into a full-scale civil war, the opposition officially declared the creation of the Syrian Interim Government, SIG, during a conference in Istanbul, Turkey. 3 years spent in exile. The Syrian opposition body spent a total of 11 to 12 years operating outside of the central capital before the collapse of the Bashar al-Assad regime in late 2024. This time frame is generally divided into 2 administrative phases. Phase 1, absolute foreign exile, 3 years. From 2013 to 2016, the SIG operated entirely from its headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey, with no physical administrative control on the ground. Phase 2, the Northern Border Zone, 8 years. From 2016 to late 2024, the SIG moved its physical headquarters onto Syrian soil in the northern border city of Azaz. While no longer in a foreign country, they remained completely exiled from the true capital and center of national power in Damascus. Following the total collapse of the Assad regime in December 2024, the Syrian National Coalition briefly relocated to Damascus. By early 2025, these older opposition frameworks were formally dissolved and integrated into the centralized Syrian transitional government under Ahmed al-Sharaa. 4. How long to achieve international recognition? Remarkably, the political organization achieved widespread international recognition almost instantly, taking only a matter of days, not years, though this recognition came before they officially formed the government in exile. The timeline of their lightning-fast diplomatic recognition highlights this rapid shift. November 11, 2012. The Syrian National Coalition, SNC, is officially formed in Doha, Qatar. 1 day later, November 12, 2012, Qatar and the 6 member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, formally recognized the SNC as the sole legitimate representative of the Syrian people. 2 days later, November 13, 2012, France becomes the first Western superpower to grant formal recognition. 1 week later, November 19 to 20, 2012, the European Union and the United Kingdom issue formal recognition. 1 month later, December 12, 2012, the United States formally recognizes the coalition at a Friends of Syria conference in Marrakesh, Morocco, alongside more than 100 other international delegates. The catch with recognition. While over 100 countries rushed to recognize the political coalition, SNC, within weeks of its birth in late 2012, many of those same Western and Arab nations later hesitated to give that same level of formal diplomatic recognition to the actual interim government, SIG, when it launched in 2013, preferring to treat it as a civil administrative partner rather than a sovereign replacement state.
I hope you are using your ear to hear it. Don't be a member of IPOB with syndrome of hear and forget. Don't be a member of IPOB that the only thing they cares for is for money, and their position could not allow them to listen when the man they called Onyendu asked them that they should check the history of 3 countries. That they should check the history of how Syria becomes a country. Now let us break it down. In the history of how Syria becomes country that we all are hearing right now, who is the person that are repeating the history of Syria? If you follow the comment section, who is the person that introduced to us or who recreates the history of Syria to us? Tell me, please, because for me, it is Simon Ebanjoko, who listened to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, MMK, and he followed all his instructions and all his commands. When you transition into government in exile as a country that lack judiciary to physical control of their territory, the next thing you should do is to do what? Is for you to, the military, the armed wing that are under ESN should transition the same way into a what? A military, a liberation military. That is all. That is what people of Syria, that is why they mention the 2 movements of Syria. and how Syria becomes country today. Simon Ekpa is the one who introduced to us a government in exile that people of Syria protest for only 2 years and they transition into a government in exile. When they transition into government in exile, they have the organization they used, the first one. And the military also has their security outfit, has their own name also. They have a tool structured there is a political representative in exile and also their military name. These are two things that people of Syria did for them to become a country that we are hearing about Syria today. If care no take, our people are in Syria today. Some of members of Ipob must be there. And the only thing they can do is to come out of this if they have the chance to come and do protests. Why from 2012 to 2026 that we are into is 14 years on the role of protests. It took Syria, people that want country, no greediness, not a business in the name of the ones in their country, they transition into government, or the protests that turned into conflict lasted only 2 years. They abandoned conflict. They abandoned military crackdown and protests on the streets. The total of their protest, conflict, and everything only took Syria only 2 years for their protests. The transitional government in exile issued the declaration of Syria as a country. What others did for, when I played the history of Namibia, it took Namibia on the street of protest 3 years and 10 months. They stopped protests and the former government in exile. Algeria, 4 years. They did what? Government in exile. What of Sierra Leone? Only 6 years. After the 6 years, they end protests, transition into government in exile. Somalia did not even do protests for 1 day. As they started, they just, because of the case of a collapse or a lost country, they did what? They straightly formed government in exile and start operating as a government in exile in outside. In Kenya is where Somalia formed a government in exile. And the only thing you can do today is to come out on the streets. Ipob, one family. Are you not ashamed of yourself that you are a failure? With that name, Ipob. Are you not ashamed of yourself that you are a failure? Listen to the history again. The movement of Syria. Listen. Listen again. It's only in Biafra movement that people, every obese boy, they remain where they are. Listen to this.
To get the exact historical context, we have to look at the two completely different eras of Syrian independence declarations. The original Declaration of Independence from France in 1946 and the modern opposition's declaration of a revolutionary alternative government during the Civil War. Here are the precise answers to your questions broken down by day, month, year, and the leaders involved. 1. The Modern Opposition Declaration, the Syrian National Coalition. What is the exact date? The umbrella political opposition organization issued its founding declaration on November 11, 2012. Who issued the declaration? It was issued by a unified assembly of Syrian grassroots movements, activists, and defected politicians who gathered for a conference in Doha, Qatar. They formed the National Coalition of Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces, known as the Syrian National Coalition or SNC. Was their first leader arrested? No. The first elected president of the Syrian National Coalition was Moaz al-Khatib, a highly respected, moderate former imam of the historic Umayyad Mosque in Damascus. He was not arrested. He led the coalition freely from abroad, stepped down voluntarily in 2013 due to political frustrations, and survived the war. 2. The original Declaration of National Sovereignty, Independence from France. If you are referring to the date when Syria became an independent nation on the global stage, free from European colonial rule. What is the exact date? Syria celebrates its Evacuation Day, formal independence declaration, on April 17, 1946. This marks the day the last French colonial soldiers packed up and left Syrian soil. Who issued the declaration? The Declaration of Independence and the formation of the first modern republic was led by Shukri al-Quwatli, a monumental figure in Arab nationalism, who became the first president of the post-colonial Republic of Syria. Was the first leader arrested? Yes. Shukri al-Quwatli's presidency was cut short. Just 3 years after independence, on March 30, 1949, he was overthrown in a bloodless military coup d'état led by his chief of staff, Colonel Husni al-Zaim. Quwatli was arrested and briefly imprisoned by the military junta before being forced into exile in Egypt. He later returned to politics years later, but his arrest marked the first of many military coups in Syria's 20th century history. Summary matrix event. Exact date. Key leader. Was leader arrested? Original independence. April 17, 1946. Shukri al-Quwatli. Yes, arrested in a 1949 military coup. Opposition coalition. November 11, 2012. Moaz al-Khatib.
I hope you are listening to the history, what Mazdan cannot ask us to do. And the only one who could be able to do this is Simon Ekpanjok. IPOB could not be able to do it because the leaders in IPOB was never genuine. From Chike Doziaga Saha, from Omiomio, from Clifford Iruanya to Uche Mefo, down to all of them, no one want Biafra to be country. They see it as an avenue that Nigeria will start paying the money and the business opportunity for them. This is what I have in mind. Road for Biafra to become a country. None of them, even when the person they call their leader tell them the life and direct that if you want Biafra to become a country, that look at how we can achieve it. Do they listen? Do they do that? The answer is no. Rather, they are gossiping around, seeing that this is an opportunity for our business. Let us go and do business. The money we could not be able to make in abroad, we are not getting from the job we are doing, and we don't have a paper. Let us use Biafra to seek asylum and succeed. This is all the intention of all of them. Not intention that they want Biafra to become a country. This is a pure truth. Look at how many years of the protests, and look at how many years of the protests of Yemen. Look at the history of Syria and all these countries, and you see how they ended the protests. Syria stopped protests only 2 years. They formed government in exile, and they repeat their declaration of their lost cause again in exile in the modern day world. This one from 2004 of 21st century And today, their country, because of what? That they stop protests, stop armed conflict, transition into a peaceful government in exile, and each declared of their lost country, and they all achieved, the Syria achieved automatic recognition. Imagine. And you on the street clapping hand. IPOB, one family. We are here for 1 million men march. That is the achievement of you for 14 years. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. A decade plus. A decade is 10 years. You are doing protests on the street where every other lost country like we have did protest 2 years, 3 years. They stopped the protest, from government in exile, issue a redeclare of their lost country, even in Poland, even in Ireland, where you are. They all stop protests, from government in exile, and you are in their country for 14 years. You are doing 1 million men march. After that, you go inside. What else? After the 1 million march on St. Patrick's Day in Ireland, what else? Tell us. You pack your flag. You keep your uniform. You go back to your work. You call your meeting you have been calling from 14 years. And what is the outcome of the meeting? Gossip. Useless as you are. Intellectuals. Enemies of progress. That is who you are. Haters of truth. The truth is always bitter where you are. Because those who love position more than a country name, those who love money, those who see money as the only option, that's the only thing, anything that Igbo's man cares for is that every opportunity is how much I will make. That is why you are there, Syria. 2004. Today, Syria has achieved recognition, both from the United States of America, both from the British, both from the country where you reside today. In IPOB, Amadu Mabushaka on IPOB, one family. Anyway, that get one by one. It's because it's not. And our people are being massacred, being dying every day, arrested them every day. The only thing you have been doing for 14 years is IPOB, one family, protest, we move. That is all you can do. And you forgot as your leader, Mazanako Ukalu sell this, told us that this is how we can achieve Biafra as a country.
The method
Am I the one who said it?
We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological
not just protests on the street.
Disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen.
IPOB, when are you going to recreate the scenario of Syria? Boy will say, hey, our uncle is different. How could you be comparing the history of others with us? And you are the person that we brought us into the this is the history we have to recreate. We have to do it in our own time. We have to do it in our own time. We not look at the history of others. That is the history. Repeating. No ozo ama ka esi akpọ ogene. Ya lee egbe anya n'ọdụ ka ọ nwere esi akpọ ogene gbara mkpị na abụ. I keep on repeating this illustration of our people. He also said, no bụ na-ejikute mmiri ịmara ụzọ mmiri. Nke soro mpekele eji ka iruo na mmiri ndị IPOB kedu nke unu so IPOB one family protest. You are waiting for him to come out. And the first leader of Syria was arrested. before he comes out. Everything about Syria has become a fully country that achieved recognition. He elected as the first president of Syria. Your own will come out, start campaign, start protest, start educating you again. After 14 years, Obi is a boy every year. The same thing that Fallback Bridge is repeating today. The same lineage of IPOB brought back through Ogenkere and his cohorts. So now and the layers who find out, oh, this man is a very idiotic man. Let me use him to enrich myself. Let me also use him to establish my name of my company. Let me use him to become popular. Because he doesn't have a job. That is why Elias is around Ogenkere every time. That is why he's the one videoing Ogenkere anywhere Ogenkere goes. And he knows that if he did not stand by the side of Ogenkere will mess him up. The truth must be told, and the truth is very bitter. The truth is bitter. That's what I'm doing. I am preventing you from Hadai. No, I never knew he said that. Listen to it again.
Scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic.
We must do it to Nigeria for Biafra to become a country. That is only one way. And you are in your 14 years protest. Simon Ebanjoko. The spirit of Biafra captured him. The message captured him. He come. He listened. And he recreates the history of Syria. He did what? He recreated the history of Syria in your own eyes. And you are gullible, powerless. With you, issue a press statement. We distance ourselves from from government in exile of Simon, and there is no. We distance ourselves from the declaration of Biafra. Black man with black brain, the darkest human being on earth, is a brain of IPOB people, very dark. No thinking, nothing. Only isi na-edu ndị isi. Fanada junime onini. There is no movement. There is no transition. Every year, our name is IPOB, one family. And you could not ask using yourself. Like we ask a question, that's why we move. And understand that it's only one way, through via government in exile, issue a peaceful declaration. Ojukwu said that Biafra will come from diaspora. And look at the history of the scenario that Mazen Nandi can want us to correct. In creating or repeating this history, what does it mean? Biafra must come from diaspora, not from the homeland anymore, because it fails. And that is why every country that they fails in their time, in their homeland, they move out and transition into government in exile. Syria transitioned for the last time to Turkey, to Qatar, from France to Turkey, from Turkey to final one destination in Qatar. This is how Syria stopped protests under 2 years, changes the name of the organization into government in exile. But the world always asks, you are the one, or remember that you are the one who was using this also name before. You are the one that issue redeclared. You are the one that even first government in exile on that. In that your name we remembered you. We are organizing you that have issued the declaration as what? As a country. Look at the history. You will not listen to it because you are so stupid and so naive and evil. You are selfishness. your greediness, your envy that have covered your brain for you to reason like a human being. What makes you a human being is the ability for you to think and rethink and choose the right from the wrong. The scenario of Syria, Somalia, and Yemen, in the IPOB, when are you going to create the scenario of Yemen? The real truth remains here that Simon Ebanjoko understand what it takes for us to have Biafra as a country. This is a pure truth. That is why today we, the people of Biafra, is moving forward. And we, the people of Biafra, who want Biafra as a country, has transitioned into a government in exile. This is pure truth that we all have to understand. The same method of IPOB is what Chiamaka Ajere, Ugo 247, Sonny Akparawa, Oge Nkerie, and all of them is creating today. A very enslaved people, shame on all of you that are repeating the history of IPOB of falling deep, and you fall on top of them. And all of you remain one place, because when all of you is falling, there is no people. No, you can now. Why we that believe that a man will fall 7 times and they rise 7 times and we move? Our Prime Minister Simon Ebanjoko listened to the president before he took away by the Nigerian government before they kidnapped him. This program, this voice, the program was January 1st, 2021, and they took him away June 2021. They kidnapped him. They kidnapped him in June, and this program was there. But to be a listing, understand it. Ngozara bears a listing. Understand that we must recreate the history of Syria for us to have Biafra as a country. And he said we must repeat it in the time, this modern day in Nigeria. That through that means we are going to end Nigeria while we have Biafra as our nation. Because this is how Syria did in their own time. This is how Somalia, not Somaliland. This is how Somalia did. Yemen, Sierra Leone in Africa. Mokoko, Umotelechwas, Bryce Nokoma, Chioma Okoma, Ruby Nadi. Look at all the criminals that the Nigeria is using. Like when you talk about IPOB, the intellectuals that are inside there, who cannot reason and think for once. They cannot reason or even think for once. And they lack the reason, time, they lack capacity of thinking. That is why Simon Ebanjoko think for all of you, and Dr. Ngozara Bez accomplished it. Syria, 2 years of protests with a name of organization. Syria stopped the protests, and the transition document in exile in Turkey. This first one in 1960 was in France. That one, they could not achieve it the way they want. They transitioned into Turkey, and they redeclared their conduct was in the hands of oppressor, intellectuals. And what happened today? Syria. Are they not a country today? The journey of 2004 till today, they are a country on their own. In 2024, everything starts normalizing. They remain in exile for 12 to 13 years. After they have achieved recognition from small countries in the world, they remain. They did what? They remain in exile for 13 years until United States of America grant them recognition. Until the evil British grant recognition, they come back and return to their territory and take over their territory back because of the backup of the world powers. He said you declared the Biafra. What is that, Okoko? We are giving you 3 months, 19 days to come back. If you don't come back, Mwabunzo, Wangbori Egugu, Mweznori Moko, National Abonyoku, all the way from Holland. Ani Zuzugari, the time has come. We must end your madness. That is why we are here with fact and figure. I better maybe you call what I think, what anybody call. No. I want to call what Master can say to us. You never ask yourself, that I'm not going to care. Where is your Mio? Where is Clifford the Iruanya? The men we follow, we listen to them when we are IPOB. Where are they today? Where is Ushemefo? Where is Ushemefo today? They all disappeared. And you are here repeating the history of all these gullibles, all these criminals. That is the history you are repeating. But Simon Ebanjoko understands all of it very well. About DPN. Honestly, today, my mind is very bitter. I never greet people on the comment section. I must go there. I must go there. I have our sister Comfort. Stand on the protocol before I read your comments. I have you, Mike son, I see you. I have you, Obi, I see you. I have you, Bishop Onaga. This is the protocol. I don't want greeting. My greeting is hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra first. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Are you a obedient citizen? Why our DPM said that the hashtag must continue? Are you doing the campaign? And you are here under USP. Our DPM said, do hashtag Nigeria must go. You refuse to do it. The only comment I read is comment of those who stand. That is my protocol. That is my good morning. That is my good afternoon. That is the Biafra TV. You are doing well. I don't want you are doing well. I want for you to learn how to be an obedient. Learn how law listen to the authorities when they say the word. That was going to help us. Do that. Forget greeting. I am not here for greeting. The one I'm receiving in this country is enough for me. The one people I walk around with them is say, okay, what I want, let the message go. Identify who you are first. Identify yourself. Recognize yourself. We are the ones to recognize ourselves. So when anybody comes to our comment section from other countries, we see hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. He already know that the name of your country is United States of Biafra. From that day, he will recognize you. And said, I walk into a platform where people said that their name of their country is United States of Biafra. You see? Do that. Forget the greeting. I don't need it. I don't want it. Give me hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Make it go viral. Hashtag Nigeria must go. From our DPM you love. Do that now. You can't follow the message. Follow message, leave messenger alone. That is the problem of IPOB. They only follow the messenger, who they love his voice, how he dress, and how he speak eloquently. That is what they like. And the only name they can use to make up their money. Bishop Onaga, I see you. Hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, USB. Led by Dr. N. Ngozi Orabueze, redeclared 29th November 2024 in Lahti, Finland. This is my good morning. This is my good afternoon. This is you are doing well. Do that. And he also said, hashtag Nigeria must go. Hashtag Biafra my identity. Biafra my nation. Hashtag free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Hashtag free Simon Ekpa. Look at simple thing that I ask you to do. I don't need you are good, you are doing well, you are praises. I am not a man that like praises. I like keeping it low and do the right thing. I don't even thank you. Dozier, I will call your name, but I'm not reading the comment because the comment is the only place I will read is this place. Is helping a lot in putting knowledge to those far away from research, and that is the only one I will read. I have protocol. I respect the protocol. I respect law so much. I see you, Triple M. You see how it flashes everywhere. Hashtag I am a citizen of USB, which is in full name United States of Biafra. Look at how it do it. I read it. I greet you. Triple M, welcome to the program. And it says greetings to you, Mazi Shino, Biafra TV. Thank you. You see how I said the greeting right now. If he comes here, he did not start on this existing protocol on this page, I will not say anything. And it says, greetings to you all, my genuine fellow Biafra citizens. He also continue, he said here, guys, kindly hit the like button once you join the broadcast. If you like to do so, I'm not forcing you. And he also said here, USB my nation, that is a banner. Until you put the existing protocol here before I read your message. Please, Biafran son, hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra nation, USB. You might write everything good, but if you don't write that, I will not. I remember you, brother Joshua. Okay. Hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra USB. Hashtag Nigeria must go out of Biafra territory. He said, thank you. That is the existing protocol. US government is here already to protect us all. Yes, so and I'm a please Biafran son. US government is our government. No other government we have except USB. And here we have our brother. Please go with the existing protocol. Once you go there, I read your comments. We must learn how to discipline. We must. We must learn how to obey our government. It is what is hard for you taking 1 minute to write hashtag. Prove that you love your country. Prove it by your comments. I see you, Ikechukwu. Yes, so hashtag I am a citizen of USB. Good morning, my good citizens of USB. Thank you for that. That is what we are looking for. Nothing more than that. Once you do that, we read the comment. But if not do, when we come, we pass the comment. Even the comment is important, but learn how to stand on the existing protocol. That is how I read comment of those who stand on that existing protocol. That is how, that is me. The law first, before another thing. The truth of the matter is that Ipob DOS are not in any way working for the freedom of Biafra. They are really just there to make money. That is what they are doing, not more than that. We also appreciate Chukwu Okabiama on behalf of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for recognition, for recognizing our PM. Yes, you are on point on that. And the comfort, you never write, so I'm not reading until you put it. Until you write on the existing protocol. Glory to God Almighty for our PM to spotlight our DPM according to the direction of the Chukwu Okabiama. Today, our DPM has given us our new nation, United States of what? Biafra is our nation. We will be there until I will read the comment until when you stand on the protocol. That is how I do. The law must be respected first. Why Flav are busy bragging leadership and instruction and structure? Ha ha. Mad people everywhere. That is who they are. Very idiotic and mad people. Give me the existing protocol. Triple M said, sorry, his Biafran son, the enemies of our freedom must bow down. It must. They must. If Syria can do it, if Somalia can do it, we can do it better. It was said since Oge Ngwere called that the deaf bridge, what has he done with it? It is now going to 2 years. Are you still following him? Did our PM created bridge as a permanent structure? The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay, here we go. Honestly, our people really need to wake up and stop all this their madness. For sure, 3PM, you are right. You are on point. Thank you for that. For how long will we continue like this? IPOB don't think about that. The only thing about protests, they make their money. You can be doing the same thing always and expected a different result, different answer. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. I am going from down. I want to check something. Yes. Amy Chris, thank you. Once you come, you give me the code. One love. Hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag Nigeria must go. Look at just simple words. You see the way he put it? You see the way he put the word. That is all I ask you to do. Honestly. This is how what I believe. Mom Happy May is also here. She also said, I am standing on my mandate, USB. Thank that one follow. Thank you. Thank you for that. I am a citizen of USB. Thank you. That is what I want. This is what gives me joy. And I see you here. Divine Davis, he said, hashtag Nigeria must go. USB citizens. Yes, so you see, when I see that hashtag, it gives me joy. It encourages me. That is why I always go for hashtag. You must prove that this country is your own. Once you do it from the comment section, then I will flash read your message. Now, listen to our program of today. Listen again.
The method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
Are you hearing it? We must regret. He said we must do this, what Syria, Somalia, and Yemen did. When we achieved it through what Syria and Somalia did, now the history will recreate himself in the northern side. It will simply mean, I don't want to go and rush into that, the time will come. Who said it? You are an IPOB. You are doing one family. You are hoping for call to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And ask yourself, the leaders who fought for election like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when they was arrested, how did they be released? That is how you need to go and check history very well. Leaders like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like Simon Ekpa-Njoku, how do they release? How? Did they release by protest? Did any of them release by? Check how Maghandi of India was released. Let me count it for you. Check how Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya was released. Check how Nelson Mandela was released. Check how Rahman of Bangladesh was released. Check how the first leader of Namibian people under SWSCO, how he was released. Check how the one of Algeria was released, and come to in terms of how the one of Syria was released. What of Somalia? These are why history must repeat, because the movement they were into is something that is all about history that must be repeated. And the history is repeating here in front of me and you. And before they took him away, before he was being kidnapped, he has already given us the guiding line how we can restore Biafra as a country. Through a government in exile that issued a redeclared of the lost country called Biafra, that in the continuity of it's ready time around with the name standing on the mandate, United States of Biafra, that was redeclared on November the 29th, 2024, is the only way out. This is how other countries achieve their own. This is how other countries achieve their own country. And you are here doing 1 million men march. You are here deceiving yourself, delaying yourself because of your self-centered mind, and you are greedy, you are jealous, you are envy, you are hatred. And that's why you decide to sabotage. You cannot sabotage your country and goes free. America chased away over 80,000 citizens that refused America to not be a country. Go and check the history of America. Go and check the history of Namibia in Africa. How Namibia put over 100 trailers and luxurious, packed the betrayers, pushed them down to the territory of South Africa. And they are there till today. Today, they are fighting to form their own country today. You see? Do you see how it happens? Karma is real. Karma is real. My people, the time we are into is time to tell the truth. In the modern day oppression of declaration, the option of declaration, Syria national cohesion is the name of the organization. What is the next date? The umbrella political opportunities organization issued its a fundamental founding declaration on November 11, 2012. November 11, 2012. When you was registering, when Mazan Kanu registered organization called IPOB, like the people of Syria, registered words, national cohesion of Syria. National cohesion is what the registers, the name of the organization. The name of this organization is the one that transitioned into government in exile. And they start bearing the name government in exile of a country called Syria. And then on the 11th of November 2012, they issue words. A fund for the founding their declaration. They profound it. They declare it like what our DPM, Dr. Ngozi did on November 20, 2024. What she did on November 20, 2024 is what people of what national cohesion of Syria did. And today Syria is a country. And you are doing 1 million men march for 14 years. Shame on IPOB structure. Who issued the declaration? A redeclaration of every country. Somebody did it. The one Ojukwu did has failed. You never know that? Who did our people of the one of people of Syria? Did anybody declares it? Did they even have declaration in Syria? We are IPOB member. We distance ourselves. Anyway, the one Nigeria, the political pressure group, the otus. So now I have joined all of you today with Ogenkere in their company limited. Bridge Nigeria Limited oge nkere so na akwarawa. Fake fallback Bridge Limited of One Nigeria. Because all these countries, after they have issued a declaration, they transition into a name of a country and acting as a government of a country for them to be able to sign treaties and agreements and build relationship with other countries. This is how other countries did their own. When are you going to do your own? The IPOB one family. When is your own? It's already late. Because of what? The word is said, whoever first issued the redeclared or declaration of a country as a government in exile is the one we know. We will not bypass anyone to issue another one because we are going to create conflict, and the procedure, the law that back up a government in exile, that they are not to break it all. Can't you understand? Instead of you to bow down, join, accept that I am a citizen, we are not going to force to accept that the has been redeclared. You can make all the noise because of you want money. You want money. That is all you are making this noise. That is why you are sabotaging. That is why you become a saboteur. Oh, everything you are saying is irrelevant, honestly. It was issued by an amplified assembly of Syria grassroots movement, actively and defended political who grant for a conference in Doha, Qatar. You see where they declare it. They formed the National Cohesion of Syria Revolutionary and the Oppression Force. Once you redeclared or once from government in exile, you change the name of your vigilante, like ESN. That's what Obi change it into Biafra Liberation Military. Is it not true? Because Obi understand this that you could never understand. Obi did this that you could never do in your entire life. And the only thing you can do is to rant and shout and make noise. And you think that the noise you are making is going to stop anything. That's what you think. Your noise go nowhere. It ends where you are. Because people have achieved their country in the past. So in our own time, we must achieve our own. You can never stop this movement. You can never stop now. We are a name of a country that we have brought the map of Biafra back into the world map. There's nothing you can do. You can only rant and shout. After you are ranting and making the noise like enemy, you have to go and rest. And so you have to do what? You have to go and rest while the movement continues. Please, as you join us, if it touches your heart to like and share the program, left for you. If you don't want to like the program, because of I am not bringing another Orama, I'm not bringing Shamaka Ajero, I'm not talking about IPOB and DOS structure, you might not like the program. So, but the truth is that the message must be delivered. And this is the message I'm delivering here. Even if it's only 2 people are here, I must deliver the message. So please, if you never like the program, please, I want you to like and share the program. Hit the like button. Let others get the message. Please. Let others do what? Let other people get the message. And the only way is when you join me to share and like. Why are you stingy? And anytime you're going to watch the program, please endeavor to like. Once you like, another person will get notification of the message. This is how YouTube works. That's why we will ask you to like and share. Please endeavor to do that. Now we continue. They formed the National Cohesion of Syria Revolutionary and the Options of Force, known as the Syria National Cohesion or SNC. They formed the organization. They did what? They formed. Nobody in exile, those that already declared, just have it. They start from somewhere. Because life must start from somewhere. They started from where? From organization to transition government in exile and issue officially declared of the nation. This is how others becomes a country today. When was the first leader arrested? No. Listen. The first elected president of the Syria nation cohesion was Muzuk Ali Kahebat, a high respected, moderate, formal imam of the history Omandi Maku in the Damascus. He was not arrested. He led the cohesion finally from abroad, stepped down voluntarily in 2013 due to the political frustration and surviving the war. You had these people, they are first because the Syria has it 2 times. Now let's continue. Number 2, the original declaration of the national sovereignty of independence from France. They declared the first one where? In France. They declared 2 times. Declare and redeclare. It is the case of Syria, and that is our own case because we lost our own country. If you are referring to the date when Syria became an independent nation on the global stage, free from the European colonial rule, listen. What is actually the date? Syria celebrated its Elevation Day, formally independent declaration, on April 17, 1946. The first one. Do you hear it? That is only declared in France. When they lost it, they come back and declare it again, like our own case, Sumo Koko. Who issued the declaration? The Declaration of Independence and the formation of the first modern republic was led by the Shukura Aliwata, a moment of figure in Arab nationalism, who became the first president of the post-colonial era of Syria. Was the first leader arrested? Yes, it was arrested. Was he in prison? Yes. What happened when he was in prison? Did their people fall back? Or did their people went underground? Or they continued the movement that he was arrested for? He was arrested, was cut short just 3 years after independence on March 30, 1949. Remember that he was there, they declared the first one. After they declared the first one, they got him arrested after 3 years. After 3 years, he was arrested when? On March 30th, 1949, he was arrested. He was overthrown in a bloody military coup led by Chief of Staff of the colonial Huros and Zamo, was arrested and briefly impressed by the military junta before being forced into exile in Egypt. Now, the first one of the declaration that happened in France is about to collapse in the hands of oppressor. Now, we move, let's continue. You understand clearly. Was arrested and briefly imprisoned by the military junta before being focused into exile in Egypt. He later returned to the political years later, but his arrest marked the first of many military coups in Syria in the 20th century history. This is 21st century we are into. So when you look at this, it happened in the 20th century, how Syria becomes a country. through a means, the first one, government in exile, the second one, government in exile. In the IPOB, I am asking you, when are you going to repeat the history of Syria? That's Mazan Kano. Ask all of you that you should check and repeat the history, and we must regret the history for us to have Biafra as a country. When are you going to do it? Mad people everywhere, if you live. Now, social media. When you buy channel, only sorry. Onye mepe channel ọ na-akọ tete na ye agbakọ n'egi because I na-achebe na-egete something. Now, let's go into the second section of Syria and what happens. The detail regards the timeline, organization name, and international recognition of Syria. Option breakdown as follows. Now they break it. This is the second one. The first one has forced away government in exile in Egypt. That is where the first leader who was arrested was forced into. He's not in the land, in the territory. Hey, you declare Biafra, you declare sovereignty, but you're in exile. Nigeria is everywhere. The name of the organizations. The Syria option used two distinct integrated bodies to represent themselves. They have two groups. Official, they work together to achieve the goal. The umbrella political organization, the National Cohesion of Syria, revolutionary, and the options of force, commonly referred to as the Syria National Cohesion, or SNC. This is the name, the organization they used. And they said what? That their transition nearly left them into a government in exile. And I ask you, IPOB, when are you going to form government in exile? When are you going to transition to government in exile? When is your own time? Is it every OB say boy protest, agitation, we move, IPOB, one family? It doesn't give Biafra as a country. You are Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, our president, make it openly that if we want Biafra to come, we must go through this way. And Simon Ekpa Njoko did what? Go through this way. Listen as we proceed.
The details regarding the timelines, organization names, and international recognition of the Syrian opposition break down as follows. 1. The names of the organizations. The Syrian opposition used two distinct, interconnected bodies to represent themselves. The umbrella political organization, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces, commonly referred to as the Syrian National Coalition, or SNC. This was the broad political coalition that managed international diplomacy.
They manage what? After they have already declared it, they manage their what? International diplomacy. They have a number of organizations. They transitioned after they have issued the already declared in Qatar or in Egypt. What happened? They issued declared and they transition with the name of government in exile, not the same name of SNC anymore. When are you going to change your evil way? They have two, the military one and the political one. That is how they address it. That is how they put the fight.
Government in exile body, the Syrian Interim Government, SIG.
Do you hear it? The transition into government in exile body, the Syria Interim Government, SIG. You see how they change the name? To prove what? Syria government, like United States of Biafran government in exile. Today, that we all are here, seeing how the movement is moving. What we are doing is just repeat the history of how others have achieved their country. And we get it very easy. They are there making noise. That is why it's been delayed. We are the one who delayed our recognition. We are the one who did Biafra no longer a country. It's never a country. We are the that causes all the arrest and the massacre of our people in the IPOB. All the blood that have been on the protest for 14 years is in the head of you that is making protests in Ireland or anywhere you are in the world today. The blood is in your head. The blood is in your head.
This was the specific executive, administrative arm created by the SNC to function as a government in exile and manage daily civil services like schools, hospitals, and local infrastructure. 2 years of protests before transitioning.
Do you get something here? The government in exile, even in exile, start building schools. Start building hospital where they take care of their own people and where they lecture them. Start building schools everywhere for their people to understand why they need Syria, why they do what they did. They read their history and they see how it works. What is that thing that you are doing in the name of IPU organization? Can you come and tell us? One gain except. Well, we must continue. Number 2.
It took exactly 2 years of popular uprisings and escalating conflict before the formal government in exile was created.
Are you hearing it? It took them 2 years of protest only. Then before they formed government in exile in the IPOB, Syria that Nnamdi Kanu told us to check their history and we are going to do what they did for them to achieve their country. They only protest for 2 years. Why are you protesting for 14 years without asking questions? You need to ask questions. It has become imperative that you ask questions. Now what happened? It took actually 2 years of the popular uprising and the escalating conflict before the formal government in exile was created. After 2 years of government in exile, the now government in exile. And Mazen Kanu give you expo. The only person who understands the expo is Simon Ekpanjoko, then transformed to Arabese, and they are here today, making it possible for us to achieve Biafra as a country. Now, March 2011, massive protests, pro-democracy street protests implemented across Syria as part of the Algeria. Part of an Arab Spring, they start doing what? They have 2 years of massive protests with conflict, arresting their people, kidnapping their people, buying their people, and all of them. But what happened? They proceed on the aspect of redeclared of their country via government in exile. They have already issued on their movement. What else are you doing? What are you doing? What is that? That is why we are here to tell you the truth without missing words. Sorry about that, without missing words. March 2013, following 2 years of violent regime crackdown that turned the protests into a full civil war. Are you hearing it? Let's continue. The options of official declared the creation of the Syria Interim Government SIG during a conference in Istanbul, Turkey. Exile everywhere. And you cannot learn a lesson. You cannot do it. You are only here to rant and steal money. That is why you come to protest. We must continue. I hope you have listened to it.
2011. Massive, peaceful pro-democracy street protests erupted across Syria as part of the Arab Spring. March 2013. Following 2 years of a violent regime crackdown that turned the protests into a full-scale civil war, the opposition officially declared the creation of the Syrian Interim Government, SIG, during a conference in Istanbul.
You see something here that protests
Turkey.
Always turn into conflict. And that is why when the Syrian people did the protest for 2 years and found out this has caused more conflict in our country, then they have to stop. The conflicts, the life of people are going down. Arrest is going on. And what happened? They said, let us stop the conflict. You see, we must know what to do at this time.
Years spent in exile. The Syrian opposition body spent a total of 11 to 12 years operating outside of the central capital before the collapse of the Bashar al-Assad regime in late 2020.
They spend what? After they have declared it, they spend what? 11 to 12 years operating outside of their country, outside of their territory. Even in their capital, they are not there. Before the collapse of the... listen.
24.
Oh my God.
This time frame is generally divided into two administrative phases. Phase 1, absolute foreign...
Wait, before we go into the phase 1 and phase 2. That's what happened. The people of Syria is standing outside their territory for 12 years through government in exile that have redeclared their country back. The one that fell, that declares it. They remain in exile for what? For 12 years. 11 to 12 years that they remain outside of their territory and outside of their capital. Hey, declare the Biafra. Hey, come back home now. Mwabonzo. African brain that Ujuku fought for is what you are repeating and presenting. How foolish and idiotic and stupid human being you are. How greedy you are. The only thing that matters to you is money, 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 business. But Nanki Bazoa, I can't have go no one after the other. Because Hadino is knocking on all of you doors, one after the other. All of you, when I go here, the time is coming.
Exile 3 years. From 2013 to 2016, the SIG operated entirely from its headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey, with no physical administrative control on the ground. Phase 2, the northern...
But you know what? No fiscal control on the ground. Syria and the Mazen Kano told us that this is how we must get Biafra. They said no fiscal control of Syria or in their own territory. Can't you hear that? You cannot ask questions. You are underground, political pressure group. That is what you are. Divine, I see you are welcome. Thank you so much. Dozier, you see here, thank you. Azubiku Chenna, thank you so much. Please continue commenting, and it's making the program to be coming out. People can see that we are live and we are direct. If you never like the program, please enable to like and share. If you never like the program, where you find the truth is only few people are there. That is why I'm happy doing what I'm doing. I am educating myself. And I'm also putting myself to know that what our DPM is doing is only way to have Biafra as a country. Phase 1, absolutely foreign forcing exile government. 3 years after have already declared it. From 2013-2016, the SIG operates entirely from its headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey. Where they have their headquarters is in Istanbul, Turkey. Is where they're operating from. Listen, Turkey they're operating in Turkey with no fiscal administrative control on the ground of their territory for 13 to 12 to 11 years after they have declared it, and after that they waited for 3. Some movement happens and things come across. Despite being an old government in exile, remember, it's the same the one of the 1949 that declares it in France. Still walk away from France when he fails to landed up in Turkey. They are the one moving from exile to exile until final day that they have achieved their country recognition fully, and you're going to hear it here and the wide world. If IPOB was be able to follow Simon Eba and they will declare Biafra, Because of it's an already existing structure that the world knows that do the process for years, you could have made it more easier for us to go home. But look at how stupid, how devilish, how idiotic all those intellectuals in abroad, in those they say that in diaspora do it. Every 30th May they come. Hey, we're here there. Cultural hero day. Ono bara isi n'egwu ndị Igbo. That's what you could say. Ewu unekwe. That is who you are, IPOB members. If you are telling the IPOB member, shame on you. You are a failure. Is it not this IPOB I was Oteka? I formed 2 units in Odu Anambra. 2 units. The first protest in her local government that's put on Facebook. Go and check YouTube. You know, so go there and check. You will see me. That's how you see how I was. I was the first person ever that put protests in Ehal on social media. Live, we are live on YouTube, and the protest is going. Mazen Kano immediately commented. All of us we are very, very happy that he commented as we move. That is why when he moved in all his movement, he stopped in our units and greet us. We joined and moved for the protest when he was released. Is it that thing that I found out by myself that this is not how we can achieve Biafra? It's not. When I was on the homeland, honestly, I thought that all the protests that one day we will be on the road, they will announce that Biafra has been a country, that Nigeria should pack the things and leave. I never knew. Then 2021, Mazan Kanu issued a broadcast and said that we must repeat the history of Yemen, the history of Somalia, the history of Syria. That is why I'm giving you Syria today. The histories of these countries is what we must repeat. And what's the history of how they become a country? Via government in exile and issue a declaration. Can't we hear it here? Or the first declaration of Syria was in 1949, November the 11th. Is the first time. That one fell. Like our own fell in 1967, 1970. They came back again. Starting from 2004. Fire down. Officially, proving that we are the same government in exile, and the world quickly ran recognition. And they redeclare it back again. Umokoko. In IPOB. Ojukwu declare go Biafra. Nkanwo Ojukwu declare furuefu. We lost it. That is why they removed the plight of Biafra, put the plight of Bonny. That is why they removed us from map of the world. Today, look at that green dot in my back, in that world map here. USB is there. The map of Biafra has come back to the world. The plight of Bonny has become the plight of Biafra back again. Intellectuals. It's not by protest. Because in over the years of your protest, something has happened. And no country has used protest to achieve. Syria protest for only 2 years. They saw protests. They transition into government in exile. They form a government in exile structure. They have president. They have prime minister. They have COS. They have chief of staff. They have everything that makes up the government before they can be able to achieve recognition of their lost country back and travel down. After the declaration, it took them 12 to 11 years before they can come back and take over their territory. You had it here that their headquarters was where? Turkey, Istanbul, Turkey, like our headquarters right now under our DPM in the US. The people of Syria operated from there for how many years? Listen and see what happened. The first one, in the first one, also live foreign exile government 3 years. They remain from 2012, 2013 of yesterday to 2016. We did not make protests, one family. The official of the changing from the SNC into SIG, Syria Interim Government, is the name. After I have issued the declaration proving that we are in exile, This is the name they used to achieve recognition. And they said here, they are operating from their headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey, without no physical control in their own territory. Do you know that we have de facto government? Syria did not even have de facto government. Everything is in exile. No administrative control on the ground. No administrative control. No physical control of their territory for 12 to 11 years. After they have issued the declaration, after they have issued, even there was recognized also, they refused to travel until two powerful countries, America, comes and recognize them. That is when Syria traveled down and take over their territory. That is when Syria take over their territory. Now, let's go to phase 2.
Zone, 8 years. From 2016.
Now, listen, phase 2, the northern border zone, they remain in the outside of the territory. Remember, 3 years plus 8 years in phase 2. From 2016 to late 2024, that we issue our own peacefully declared. Look at history. Look at what Mazakan said we should do, and we've done it on November 29, 2024, with the name Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. Amusu Ndobu Anwobra, the protest. The SIG moved its physical headquarters onto Syria soil in the northern border city of Aziz. Why no longer in a foreign country? They remained completely exiled from their true capital and the center of a natural power of their country. As they come back, their capital was not in their hand also. Their capital still remained in the hands of the oppressor. Their capital still remained. Their return 2024. Remember that their return in 2024 of yesterday, Syria. The government in exile returned fully. Over all these years, you hear about Syria. They remain in exile. I have a boss, somebody I know who is from Syria. The passport they are using in the country where they are today, they are using Egyptian Sudan passport. These two countries grant them. Moreover, Sudan grant them asylum, give them their passport. That is what many of them used to move on 2024. Until 2024, the person I know in here as a Syria person traveled 2025 and said, we have our country fully now. No more movement of war. No more movement of war. And the Mazankano said what? We must create the history, the narrative of what Syria people did. Look at what they did and achieve their country. Have we never done that today? In one of Maz in Nangan broadcast, he said, have we never brought enlightenment to the world? Have USB redeclared, never brought Biafra in the world map? If I may ask you. Have we? What are you creating? Noise. Talking trash. Anybody who is attack USB declared today is enemy. You must know that. But I want them to know one thing, that the enemy of using that Syria did not have enemy. I know how I do it. After playing all the histories and we finish it, then I'll now give you what Syria did to the enemies of people of Syria that never want Syria to become a country. It's everywhere. So what we are passing through today is what has happened before to many countries in the world.
Late 2024, the SIG moved its physical headquarters onto Syrian soil in the northern border city of Azaz. While no longer in a foreign country, they remained completely exiled from the true capital and center of national power in Damascus. Following
they are very close to their home, but they still remain they said was center of national power in Damascus. That is where they finally landed very close to the home. They did not move once, like we, the Biafran people. We can move to Ambazonia. From there, we move back to the homeland. It is secure for us. This is how people achieve their country. The scenario that is what I'm reading to you today. Let's continue.
Total collapse of the Assad regime in December 2024, the Syrian National Coalition briefly relocated to Damascus. By early 2025, these older opposition frameworks were formally dissolved and integrated into the centralized Syrian transitional government under Ahmed al-Shara.
Are you hearing it? I hope you are listening how the movement of Syria works and how Syria becomes a country. I hope you are following. And I hope you are paying attention. And I hope you are making, I hope you are getting something from this. For you to know that the only government in exile you have is United States of Biafra. That was redeclared in November 29. And the only leadership we have as of this time is our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Arabeze. He is the only one. Is there another thing that you want this world that will never give you? Be Mazin and the Kano, Mazin Simon Eba, Dr. Ngozi Arabeze have given us Biafra the way the people of Syria give their own people the name of country called Syria today. Listen to this. Following the total collapse of the Assad regime in the December 2024 of yesterday, the Syrian National Coalition briefly relocated to the Damascus. By 2025, these other oppressor framework were formally dissolved and integrated into the centralized Syria transition government under Ahmed al-Shara. Everything has name. You see how the Syria people ended up small, coming back to home from nearby country, from nearby place, until they finally get back to their country. See, look at this 2025 of yesterday. Today, this is 2026. We are talking of the history of Syria of 2025. And Master can mention about Syria movement 2021. January 1st, before he was being kidnapped. Before the kidnap, he mentioned about Syria. What are you taking from there? When are you going to stop this movement of you making noise? And the only thing you can do is to do march on the street and rant and shout without a document, without a well-noted organization, without a well-noted government in exile. IPOB is a cause. That name, IPOB organization, before Mazan, those that after Mazan and the Kano, all of them are cost to us. They have caused us pain. They have caused us a severe pain. They have caused us trauma that we are passing through today. That is the name that was being tagged or a terrorist organization. None of the indigenous people was terrorist. It's the organization called IPOB is a terrorist organization. So as we are moving, in case you want to join us, you may, if you wish to do so. Now, let's go to number 4.
4. How long to achieve international recognition?
Now, because of from the old into the new, how many years did it take them for them to achieve recognition? That's why we are telling you that now we have redeclared the University of Biafra. We are not going to wait for a decade for achieve recognition. The recognition is looming, it's coming very soon. Continue playing. The criteria to give recognition is not being decided by you. The template of recognition is not being decided by any of us. We are like people that are in school, that we have a teachers that give us assignment and also exam. They are the one to mark the exam. They are the one to give us our score. After they mark our exam, not you, because you can't have your cake, you can't eat your cake and have it back. There is no way out. I want you to sincerely understand it clearly. Stop being a foolish human being. Stop. Stop the shenanigans that you are doing. It's going nowhere. Stop it and focus on this truth that will give us Biafra as a country. That is what I'm giving it to you. Am I the one who said this thing? Let's continue after number 4. How long to achieve international recognition from people of Syria. Their international recognition, how many years do they wait for? And listen to this. Remarkable. The political organization achieved a widespread international recognition almost instantly. I will tell you why it's instantly, or you will listen from it from here. It takes them only matter of days, not years. Through this recognition came before the official formed the government in exile, because the first one that was holding it in France, 1949, that was collapsed, is the same body that transitioned into Turkey and the what formed another government in exile. When the fundamental government, when before that, the world already know that this is the government. That's why I told you it would have been more easier if IPOB could allow Simon to pilot the affairs of Biafra. By now, we could have achieved recognition. Because with Simon, the name of IPOB, as we could have been more faster instead of starting from the scratch. Because you remember that Simon and Joko start from the scratch and told us that so far I am starting from the scratch. It's going to take me 5 years. I will give you Biafra. Did you not give us Biafra? Like how people of Syria give the people with the country called Syria, remain in exile until they achieve recognition of America before they come back in their homeland. You are going to hear it here today.
The political organization achieved widespread international recognition almost instantly, taking only a matter of days, not years, though this recognition came before they officially formed the government in exile. The timeline of their lightning-fast diplomatic recognition highlights this rapid shift. November 11, 2012. The Syrian National Coalition, SNC, is officially formed in Doha, Qatar.
Are you hearing it? It's officially formed in Doha, Qatar. Omar Simon Epanjoko was in Finland, formed government in exile, and the formed first one, autopilot, from autopilot to Bridgie, from Bridgie to official government in exile, and said, even before we went to our declaration, before they take him away, it remains some days for the eve of the declaration. He did what? He introduced us a 4-man delegate that we pick up those who are going to start working in the name of the government of USB. Immediately we declare it, because in Bridge you have over 70-something people. In a government of a country, it can only be 30, 35, or 25. America used 25. The America that we are seeing today use how many? Only 25 is what America used. And they are in their own time. That is what they used. The movement that's now where we are. That is why I'm telling you, for you to understand that it's not about your noise making. Your noise making can never stop this movement that we are into. If you like, make the noise from today till tomorrow. If you like, make the noise from today till tomorrow. It can never stop, because the world has already understand that we have gotten it right, that what they are waiting for us to give to them, like people of Syria, without Syria issue a declaration, nobody will recognize them. Even when they lost the one of the 1949, they went the transition into Turkey again in Qatar in 2011. On November 11, 2012, the Syrian National Coalition SNC is officially formed in what? Doha, Qatar. Is where they did what? They formed it officially. Now, day one, listen, remember, from November 11, now counts, so you can see how it takes people of Syria before they can be able to travel back to their homeland.
1 day later, November 12, 2012, Qatar and the 6 member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, formally recognized the SNC as the sole legitimate representative of the Syrian people.
Are you hearing it?
2 days later,
because they are the one who issued the declaration of Syria as a country.
13th, 2012. France becomes the first Western superpower to grant formal
Are
recognition.
you hearing it?
1 week later,
France, as they have declared it, France become the first superpower to recognize them because there was in France from 1949. They are in France from 1949, and some part of those government in exile still remain, but they decided to shift their headquarters officially into Turkey, and they run into Qatar. You see how they are moving around until they are finally. France was the first country. They said they won November 12, 2012. Qatar and their 6 member states of the Gulf Comprehension Council, GCC, formally recognized the NNC as the sole legitimate representative of the Syria people. Do you hear it here? They're not recognized. And let me ask you, without this declaration of Syria back in, without this declaration of Syria, can they be able to organize them? Can they say, oh, because of the people of Syria said, because of we are in exile now from in France since 1949. Calculate from 1949 down to 2025 officially. How many years? Remember that these are organizations that ended protests. Only 2 years of their protests, they walked away and protest on the street. And they did what? They issue official declaration. And that is how they become a country. That is why they are a country today. That declaration. And their first leader was later been arrested. When the leader was arrested, those outside, did they wait for him to come out and continue? I'm asking you, IPOB member. I'm asking you, fake fallback bridge. I'm asking you, those. This is how I mentioned their names. The people of Syria that have the government in exile from 1949 down to where it is. Do they waited for the leader to come outside? Did they waited for the leader to come out? Which I see you. Thank you so much. Did they waited? They never waited for the leader to come out. They continued the movement. The leader was coming, when the leader come outside, the leader find out that, oh, Syria has become a free organized country by France, by United Nations, by the US. If you are the one who that something happened to you, are you not going to be happy? Intellectuals, I'm asking all of you that I want for Mazan to come out and continue broadcasting so you can become relevant again. And one day he will appoint you as a coordinator so you continue collecting money that all of you have eyes on it. That's in abroad, you couldn't be able to work hard to make money. The only way you make your money is with the name IPOB organization. That is the only way you make your money. If not for Biafran name, you can't make any money. If not for Biafran name, you cannot make any money. You can't work and achieve money. It's only when you are a coordinator. That is only the time that you will make money. That is why you are waiting for Mazi Nnamdi to come out and continue protest, continue giving you order, continue saying, start preaching again. Then by that, you as in person, you will become relevant. Why are you so naive? Why? Why can't you do something? Why that your mindset is not working? But the truth remains that Madan can also say everything openly. That is part of the how a black man reasons. Because the way you reason is the problem. He said it openly. The way you IPOB organization reason that the only thing you care is the money position is your problem. It's no longer our problem because Simon Ekpa and Joko understand that we must do something. That he already come up have already come out from the mouth of our president, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he said, what happened? He adopted it immediately. This history or the scenario of Syria has been created today. We have made it physical. That is why you see our peaceful redeclaration of United States of Biafra as our own country. So whatever you think you are doing, you are not doing it for Biafra to be a country. Nan, look, I see you. Thank you so much for coming. Man Simon has ended all this shenanigans. And he also said his own time that without this peacefully declared document, that all we are doing is still on the template of that we are making noise. Syria made noise for 2 years. They ended it all. Why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu continue broadcasting and calling for protests was because of what? Because in his first arrest, Uchemefo, that's how many years of him being in prison, Uchemefo could not do anything. Omiomio could not do anything. Clifford Ryan could not do anything. None of them, they're only there collecting money. That contributing. The thing they are fighting for is the money that is in the account. That is all they care. They never come to be able to be a country. Because if they have ever came for to be a country, they could have listened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and checked the history of Syria, checked the history of Yemen, checked the history of Somalia, how they become a country. By now, we cannot be here be talking this trash. We might have a great recognition. That is how. That's why Ken Guru Agu said. He was able to say, hey, Simon, if I say we're not doing it well, I am a madman. I am a wrong person. But stop, because Simon wants to end the business they are doing. Simon wants to end up the relevant social media. Simon has come to, that is why he ended them up, and that is why they cannot be able to see him. Even those like Ojugo, who is apologizing, it's nonsense apology, because he doesn't know what he's apologizing for. You can't apologize without adopting that he said Ngozi Rabeze is the surrogate, protect the mandate. You can't do that, Jugo, and you are throwing the gullibles and the claiming you never apologize anything. You still remain who you are and where you are. My people, the time we are into is time to tell everyone the truth. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have laid down every way to achieve Biafra. Like Obatobia said, that he laid down every structure for us to achieve Biafra as a country. That he laid down anything we need for us to do what? Achieve Biafra as a country. He did that. So I don't know about you and the why you cannot follow the truth, and the why you look at all this truth and you think that the only thing you can do is to lie at this 21st century. That is why we have to let you know that the scenario of the Syria is what our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Rabeze, is repeating, and that is the stage where we are. Ndị be anyị kwere n'okwu Igbo na ọ bụrụ na ọkpụ ụzọ ama ka esi akpọ ogene gbara mkpi abụọ ya lee agba anya n'ọdụ ụmụ na-azụ egbe si lee ka afọ n'ọdụ ya gbara ịbụọ ka ọkpụ si ebe ahụ ka esi akpụ isem otu a nka ndị Igbo ji gwa anyị, ndị nna anyị ji gwa anyị sị na ọ bụrụ na ịma ebe ụzọ esi ekute mmiri nga isoro kenu mpekele ji ka iruo na mmiri. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has proved all those words that there are right things to use by telling us that we need to do what. Listen to this before I play the program, before I continue. Listen to this.
The method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that. It is a method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic.
The scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria is the one I capitalize on today. But tomorrow we will see the scenario of Somalia, the scenario of Yemen. As days are progressing, the scenario of Sierra Leone also, how they become a country. Because in one of his oldest programs, he mentioned Syria, sorry, Sierra Leone in Africa, how they all become a country. Why did he say that we have to look at their history? That's why I told we can never achieve Biafra. For us to stand on existing protocol, it must be through the history of those who have started that existing protocol. That is why we are again. Now, we must pick up what we are doing from somewhere. If you're in abroad today, you are schooling under the existing law, under the existing history of those that passed in that school. You are repeating the history. Once you graduated, you have repeated the history of those who pass out. You are not the first. If you buy a car today, you are repeating the history of those who buy a car before. You are not the first to buy a car. You are not the first.
The method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic.
Only one way.
And there is only one way.
Only one way, no other way. Is through USB redeclared, through United States of Biafra that was redeclared in November 29, 2024. That is only one way. I see you, Triple M. Thank you so much for coming. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope I'm coming out clearly.
Loud and clear.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra, and I will continue to be. Thank you for the.
Your network is going off and coming in.
To obey the rules and regulation of a sovereign nation. I believe they are signatory to United Nations laws. So Nigerian government obey the rules and regulation of the law that you are a signatory to. We know that you people don't value laws, and you don't know what laws means. Your rules, or what you know with is arms and bullet and ammunition.
Intimidation.
That is that is the only language you know. And the country in question was, amalgamated under gun and bullets. So we can't continue to pedal on that same trajectory. Listen, my people, my genuine fellow Biafran citizens, those are the comment section. I greet each and every one of you. I appreciate us for resilience. My brother Chino, for some days, I don't know. I've not seen you online. I was a kind of worried. Maybe it's work, but
Problem,
sometimes
something
all I
happened.
see.
Yeah,
Oh, all right, all right.
but
I was
part
planning
of it.
to call you. I said maybe let me give you. I said let me give you maybe this weekend. I will give you a call to know what is wrong. Makanayincha, ofu ọrụ ka anyị ncha niile na-arụ onye na-afọ nwanne ọ chọbụ ya.
Yes,
Thank
Chidi
you
my name
that
was saying our app was seized because of lack of payment. The app is research. So a lot of coffee, but
that's
God has been
okay.
able to pass over it.
That's okay, my brother. This is this is the sacrifice. This is the
Yes.
sacrifice. And you see some morons having a comment section. That is how chaotic life they are. If you can type on the comment section, come into the house, come into the room and prove yourself. Not
Yes.
hiding under your keyboard and be typing rubbish. Maka na asị nwata kwuo okwu amara eji ya anyị ga-ekwu okwu anyị n'voice ga amara o nwere ike o ji aha Igbo bịa nọrọ dị bịa na-edeceive our people. Ọ bụghị onye Igbo we are nwere ike bụrụ onye ofe mmanụ ma onye ugwu. That is how they roll. If you want to catch them, give them link. Window mapo. Thank you so much, my brother Chino. Thank you so much. We appreciate you because you have saved so many lives. Don't bother. Don't even feel that what you are doing is not entering. My brother, I must assure you that you have liberated many of our people. Our people have been liberated through this your platform because your platform and your messages are exactly what the international community. I know they don't like it, but it's exactly what they want you to be doing. It's exactly what they want us to be doing than to be fighting ourselves. But my happiness is that ekere ọrụ eke. Ihe ejikwa nwe our people na eme ka ndị be anyị mara nke onye na-eme bụ ọ bụrụ na ha na-eme ihe ahụ enweghị onye na-abịa weta nke ha mere ochie gbara ha wetakwanụ nke nọ on board. Many people will feel that automatic that now they are doing the right thing, but no, they are deceiving our people. Thank you for the area you choosing. I could remember, our God is not the God of author of confusion. The people that we are looking up to, which you and I, we always be at the comment section, contribute to them, appreciate them on their platform. When they give us link, we come in, we contribute. We are looking up to them. Not when at the end of the day, I feel that they have arrived. So ebola happen or is it possible? Our Biafran people are so wise. You don't need to beg or pay anybody to follow you. Once you are doing the right thing, our people we yogi mama ihe na-agwakwa ha ihe na-eme ọkwa eziokwu teacher ga-teach you in a class ga-egarukwana gị mee research on your own. Don't just take everything teacher teach you gị mee research. You may research again, even through that your research, you might even uncover so many things again. Teach yourself, all God they will surprise and they appreciate what you did. Any teacher that doesn't encourage the student, may research higher than common, that teacher will not job. Because I know we have such a teacher. I could remember during my school days, na university. A particular lecturer also in your give me again A. Also give me again A. Oh, our own this thing, our own set, the power as our own set, the power this man as to the extent of a mayor here a demotoya. See, what kind of wickedness is that? What kind of act of wickedness? So, what am I trying to bring out? The IPOB as an organization, whenever we talk of IPOB, you and I are IPOB by birth. And the Mazin Nandekano, remember, it is all these mediocres that makes it look as if Mazin Nandekano, Yade Kwoku IPOB, all was on the group, yeah. Mazin Nandekano, great IPOB as everybody. Then he went on to, organize these criminals that have nothing to offer, that call themselves DOS. And they are HDOS. Okay, hand one kata without anything to show off. Now, these people came on board. When they came on board, they changed everything. How many IPOB? In fact, IPOB now was the one they want IPOB. Are you? You say you are IPOB? Are you an oath member? Are you an oath member? So, again, I'm going to Hana oath now. Over na that na oath. They really respected whatever thing they called oath. When the arrow and in the Hanaro, Agaharia. Because they knew that what they did or whatever thing they use as oath is not working. It's just to, confuse and tie some people down. That's exactly what they did. Haji and our people Obakrotele. They not really happen. If at all that the oath, that the oath, if at all that the oath is really working the way it should be.
Yes, now
we are just looking at them. The people that supported them, what the DS says goes. Why our PM that period today Hana confess. Now I make a mistake. Like based on what you just said now, my brother, my sister, we are not talking of I am sorry, Simon Ekpa. I know that I don't know that you are good, you are the good guy. These people use us to fight you, blah blah blah. Given that structure of Simon Ekpa, Mbo University of Biafra. So kwa na imani hamege abasa hange na nena ekele avid in ekele 100 men in ekele nka ekele you are still inside that pit. Exactly. That pit, if you read that na Epotlane Ebreba Yombara, you are still there. That same thing jiggy mbe eparega wa PM kajibegi. It's still holding you down. Now, bring it down to Ebo Genkereno. We know how our PM pushed for our redeclaration, starting from Briggy. Even you made mention of autopilot. Our PM is not agra anything with autopilot. Is those mediocres that says that in that case PM Simon Ekpa you are not a member of IPOB, so we don't want to be hearing that this thing in your mouth. We don't want to hearing IPOB in your mouth. How come about the autopilot?
Oh, how what right? Autopilot.
Yeah, Papa, we should not talk down on anybody. We are waiting for them. Kamarano, Wundishi, Kamano, Ihaji, Makota, Efopro, our leader Bazinandicano. Yana Lehanya, don't let ata. Na a fight against Yazi. So at a point, Hapata, Gananego, their issue memo, sit at home, cancel. Our PM make bail. Songwano, ebe ọwụ na ndị DOS na kansụla sit at home. Ngwanụ ụmụ Biafra nọ nanụ ihe ndị leadership our leader man kwuru. So ọ dịkwa ka a ga-ahapụga ihe sit at home a. Sị ya na nchụọkwa ya n'ụzọ ọzọ. The next day our Monday. Onye ọbụla nọ sit at home. PM ahụ the news sị na ọ dịkwa ka ihe abụọ na autopilot. Yes. That is how these guys say autopilot. even enubeghị mgbe PM kwuru ya so oke mgbanụ ebe ha sụza ụzọ autopilot mgbanụ anyị wụzi na sitato ma aba n'autopilot enwezi onye na-akọntrolu ya so ya nwejite aka ya na-agba ndị ewerezie ya autopilot PM a man that has vision and focus nwere ebe ọ na-aga. He continued. At the end of the day, we declared the government in exile. And that period, that now don't worry, that guy in Finland is nobody. It's nobody. When I watch Ikeguru, I go after a platform, yeah, just or Simon Ekpa. I don't know. Simon Ekpa, when you game, is nobody. I may actualize government in exile. So nobody has after my government in exile. A push way for recognition, a push way for self-referendum, whereby Indonesia can Nigeria have self-referendum, referendum, whereby any options internationally, if your host country refuse to give you referendum, you have the right to organize your people. May plan well. Let your people come and support you. You can initiate.
That thing nobody refuse to give you is if you are pushing for them to accept for you and them to do it, they refuse. You have your option.
Yeah. That even they don't want to research. They don't actually make research. Now our PM push you. How am I a referendum na can do Zoom? Hey, reject hayo. Hey, see, hey, our PM. Na check out what send the mic. Ebushia ha. Onye dey to na. Ebuya. Onwe odu rumo. Hanebu to stop it. At the end of the day, I made it successfully, both online and on ground. Araba and Desu. Araba. Then the advice. These people are low. You see what these people are doing? You guys allow them to initiate government in exile. You think that they are not doing anything? That this thing they are doing is the right step. They are taking the right step. I watch Barrister Darlington. Nabakaren Arise. Barrister Darlington. And that program, hey, we pull na right platform. Hey, I'm Choya. Hey, we but it's to see that I make an interview in regards to Yemen. Yeah, see, in this Ipob something that they have been doing, people have been calling them, mediocres. And it is true that they are not doing anything. But Simon Iba have come to re-strategize it, modelize it, put it in a modern way.
Organize it in a way that it suits international level.
I am telling you. So, Mbedama kusa that thing. Or ha na their blood chamber, red chamber. One man obliterate. Say yes, you see how Musa na etina abayare. As you see, we are looking this boy. Simon in Finland, less. We will put the arm and watch him before he could know what's going on. He will end up disintegrating this country. We have to do something about this. Oh my God, turn on. But look at the people. And they will try.
Look at people. Only ne follow agwage. Ngishe kia history country idio tour. He mentioned it with his mouth, and this broadcast was something about the broadcast. This broadcast was very worried.
He came. Now, Obiran have stopped running their business. Menu, Hana fight here. Because IPOB not able. It's just a political pressure. Yes, okay, have you asked yourself? Before 2023 election, PM the time of election, after election, PM declare eme ya arrest ha emere ya ha wepụ ya ha bịa mgbe nkọcha ihe akọrọ ha lakpuo. Another election is coming. Na social media.
Yes,
to come on, because how will not know for 4 years annual business? They are not there for fighting for freedom. I was looking at Kuiberiba, our leader Nyenaka na UK here. Yeah, war mad. Ipob near asylum. Yeah, me now war mad na gaga law. There's in Agba Akweri that he told me Kano he is the architect of all these problems. That we this thing we are doing is just to organize it. We use it and bring it to Nigeria. They say that's a political party. We use it to enter party. From there, we can be doing what I'm doing. Yes, Nigeria. Can they tell me the last time election your vote to control? This is the same thing they did to Ojukwu, and they rubbished him. Oh, so where would that follow Ojukwu today? Also, Nandi bring Ojukwu down. This woman, Siawo Bianca, also Nandi bring Ojukwu down. They wrong advice because Abachana na okay, upon no Kwoku Republic. No speech. Why not Tapianoko? Why not Tapianoko? Why is it that? What can you tell me her aim? Oh, yeah, bring the Wokema down. See, I be a contestant. Ojukwu could not. He came back. Ojukwu of Africa could not even win his community or win anything in the community. Yeah, we so winning. That was senator. If the supporters say I say me, what do they call it? Akwana Ojukwu.
No.
Kande na kwae kaga me here ni. We are still here today, still talking. Bo 29th November 2024. IPOBDOS. I want the Amazon na kalo no say that na onu get no underground. Ya patapa ya ebideba kwosere. Because can you tell me ihe I want the Amazon na kalo no ekube regards to ihe na eme na my freedom na. But my movement here, my do the instances. Can we tell me pono semu le kwenye kachoro keno naka ono mazenda ndekano before you do? Mazenda kala talo kwa jeze. Biazi kwe bazi ya natna in fact nika mulaya ya uru macheta ndi hole kwenye confront on diru ayi. O kama na amado ngoro kadike dan na mandu no hiona abiabu ekokoko.
Yes.
And people are still there jumping from pillar to pole talking rubbish. Na kata you have apologized. USB Constitution will handle you. No, now, I fight the government. You don't recognize the government. It's okay that now you how many freedom fighters on this planet Earth can arrest, kidnap, release they unjustly? See alawa. Now no problem. Now I how many? Go na was rike. Was rike now. Was rike ka freedom fighter.
Now.
I will go this guy now. Onye freedom fighter arrest. Ya mecha another amnesty pota. Okanekuku Biafra now. Putra kwani. That now I am not fighting Biafra in an Exodus. Agree with those. Taking a see in an freedom. Nina Chepo. Did I say now in charge of Biafra in an Exodus? That's the Biafra under one Nigeria. No, Shinala. Fele Brena Quatabonala. Pangona corner. On your black batranya yao. Naki Baza. I am very happy. Nde anako eriya abia say Simon Bank ọzọ ha nwe titela ha nwe tire ndị bai gogo ewuru IPOB Nigeria onwuri ndị bai nwu na bai they are the architecture of it. They are the architecture of it. Abraham ahụ kidnap onye ndu unu ga-aga si move push gaga clear once ina achọ nwere onwe or even before ya lost so may na check your sitting government, your hostage government will not allow you to do anything in that your country. Exile. You have to organize yourself in exile. Without that, one year now, 14 years, all Maka government in exile. Only deep Bini Haka Benjamin or Guinea so talking Madubugo. But then I caught Bamba. Why would you step on it introduce government in exile? We don't need it. Eh? Freedom fighter. Chelo, ihe na-achọ chire nwere onwe anyị na-achọ ọwa nwa ndị mbụ ụzọ mere ya before.
Mba.
Akwa nwere ndị mere ya. O nwere people, many countries mere ya. Then, ijolo onwe ga ajụjụ those countries mere onwe ha. The step you take na oya ka ha tekiri. Ị na-akpọ imegi nọ n'ime ọhịa Benjamin Netanyahu Nigeria is killing us Trump Nigeria is killing us enwere ihe international community ahụ tire n'akwụkwọ so ọ bụrụ na ị na-achọ ihe a lekwe otu ị ga-esi eme ya gị ime ya ha ignore eme your own eme ya expect ka ha bịa recognize ha gị hey nwanne ịta akwụkwọ ka eze gị dị Igbo tee nọ n'ụra Biafrans wake up anyị nọ here na ihe anyị ga-eji otu a na-ekwu ọnụ ya ekwu ya na ọ dịka obi esi anyị ike wụ na anyị ji onwe ihe anyị ji maka anyị na-aba mba abasi mba ike my brother Chino gị na onye ishi otu anyị nọ na anyị dị ka ndị ishi gị na onye ishi na-eme ihe ya sị gị gị nwa anwa kwuo okwu ikwu ọzọ na ya ga-eji okwute agba gị isi nwanne leji anya ọfụma o nwere ka ụzọ dụrụ ụkwụ onye bụ ịchọ ya achọ ọ dị ya n'ụkwụ so anyị nwere nwaanyị na anyị nwe ihe iji jisie ya ike we hold it tight na-abazi mba na-abasi ya ike and as long as all these things is happening today minus that our declaration even ihe ndị a na-aga adịghị eme nwedị mbụ ụwa ga-etiri ya ọnụ anyị a ga-eme akpọ Nigeria asa ha settle our matter. They are now speaking out. Akwa UN now, their intelligent group now issued a statement that when we got act of Islamization and extermination in Nigeria. Oh,
yes, now.
Makana document agara na table, huh? Document I know there. Yinda na evidence. Yinda na hano ne kwoku na no chana our grievances. Oya.
Exactly.
Then tell me why they will not honor us. It can only take time, and the time how bajiaka. Those documents I personally got seek admission at university. One day I will a distinction. Idea they cannot deny us our admission in that university. How do you deny admission? They will only come for negotiation. What will be our gain? Okay, this is what we will be gaining. This is not that. Long agitation has made so many of our people feel and think that Biafra is unrealistic. That is some of our people. I still appreciate all our people that support. Makana, our people will be. Our people have the heart of freedom. But I urge each and every one of you, if you have been supporting before and now you stop to support, the reason why you have to continue, even make it double it now, that I know before. We have gotten it. Ghana Gogo, Jojo, we have gotten it. Unlike before. Check here, how many years after I lose the war? After I lose the war, when anything concerning Biafra pro international community, even in the map. But today, after our declaration, our document move on gem. One all out back. It is back. It is back. Okay, can I claim no brigi? I call you shake. Since don't claim no brigi, Ojlenia make a move. Ojlenia make a move. Our PM create the brigi. In that stages, which under 1 year, I am ourselves referendum, God declare. Then CBC, GGC, so God used them on our favor. God just tie all of them, hold them tight. Say, you must not stop this because this is my agenda. I will use you people to get it and disgrace you people because you people have a different agenda in your mind. God use them on our favor. I got what here nacho. God happens to have Jesus Messi. Hana Swadish. Support USB. Our site is open 247. Today we are meeting for Nchikota. Our referendum continues today. So go and support your country. I still plead for our government because how Bambo push your international passport. We really need it. I want one ID card. Because when we hear na game, case you na also and even Zoo expire since 2022. Even na madam anything Biafra. I am a Biafra because he has the passport of this ID card. So on that process. Because here I get your own and better our DPM because thank you so much, my brother. At this point, I yield.
Thank you so much. I always happy whenever you come and join the program and make a very powerful contribution like this. That is why when we do the program, we put the link for Biafrans to join. And what we are doing today is just something very simple. We're asking these questions to IPOB. That a man you called your leader told you that we will achieve Biafra, that we have to look at 3-country history. And at the same way, this one way that these 3 countries achieved their own is the way that we are going to achieve our own. And he made a broadcast. After 5 or 3 months or 4 months, he was taken away. Because the program was January 1st, 2021. And we all know he was being kidnapped June 2021. He opened his mouth and said what? I am not going to say it by myself. Listen to what he said, how we can achieve Biafra. And you understand the level of his English very well. So listen to what he said. One of those countries is what I am giving the research I made about them. And what Mazakan mean that we have to repeat their history. That is how we're going to achieve Biafra. And use the history of Yemen to disintegrate the North. The Yemen will come when I will play the program. So I want you to follow and listen. And if you are still an IPOB member, to ask them question. This broadcast of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what happened to it? Did the Syria people in their own time did protest? Yes. Syria handled protests 2 years. Only 2 years. Namibia protest for 3 years and 10 months. Algeria 10 years. Algeria 4 years of protest. Sierra Leone in Africa 6 years. Ethiopia 2 years and 8 months. These are countries in Africa that are in this same shoe where we are today. And the leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, opened his mouth and said, this, I want to play to you. And I'll repeat it again. After that, I will play the history of Syria for those that join us newly. So you will understand that if you see anyone who claim IPOB, boy asuniru, na fa darkness.
We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
We have to repeat the history of Syria, Yemen, Somalia is the history said we need to look at their history, how they got their country. And that is only one way. Now, the question is, what is this way of Syria that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asks us to follow their way, that we should use it to disintegrate Nigeria and destroy Nigeria as a country? What is this their history? That is very important. That Onyendu could open his holy mouth and said that we should look at the history. Please, brother Mazi Okoye, your mic did not connect in your YouTube, so I cannot bring you in. It's just the problem is from you. So you must go out, maybe change the name you put on the YouTube and try and refresh your phone if it can allow you. I see you, I can't bring you in because of deserve does not connected. So it doesn't connect to where I myself can bring, and it's just your own from your side. So go out, refresh your phone, off your phone, then come back again. It might work. The link is there. So in case you want to join. So what is this history of Syria that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that we should do what? That we should follow their history. What is that history? What is this about Syria? How do they got their country? Listen to this again. Listen to this. I see you, Official AJ. Thank you so much. Thank you. Listen to their history.
The details regarding the timelines, organization names, and international recognition of the Syrian opposition break down as follows. 1. The names of the organizations. The Syrian opposition used two distinct, interconnected bodies to represent themselves: the Umbrella Political Organization, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces, commonly referred to as the Syrian National Coalition or SNC. This was the broad political coalition that managed international diplomacy. The government-in-exile body, the Syrian interim government.
Now you hear it. Government in exile is how Syria becomes a country. Listen, I will play it in full details because I want you to ask them, the IPOB. They cannot play this particular broadcast. Do you know why? Because there was there Floyd Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for 14 years. Simon followed, only traveling to Germany to eat here with Ike Ekwemadu, and the spirit of the message Yagoba Simon. He listening for only from 2019. He joined from time of COVID-19. He only listened for only 2 years or 2 years or 1 year. Then he understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Listen to this broadcast of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, January 1st, 2021, that we should recreate the history of Yemen. Simple, I put it in a common word, that we have to repeat the history of Syria, Somalia, and the Yemen, how they become countries, that we should look at it. Then by national Igbo. No bro na onye na-akpọ ụzọ ama ka esi akpọ ogene gbara mkpi abụọ ya lee agba anya n'ọdụ na ole ha lee egbe anya n'ọdụ ọfụ na ọdụ egbe gbara abụọ ọ mata ka fuga gosi wee kpọọ dị ogene. Ndị by n'okwu Igbo na ọ bụghị na-achọ ebe mmiri dị ikekute mmiri ngị soro mpekele eju ka iruo na mmiri ka ikute mmiri na ọ ga-esi ama ụzọ mmiri. That's why I said in this video we are into, we are repeating the history. Once we stand on the existing protocol, on the law, or the template of the world that's out there, how other countries become a country, what we are doing is that we are repeating the history. The only difference in our own case is that a way of the Igbo saboteurs is the only difference in what we are doing. I have a big mom in the house. Honestly, we have Mama Simon Eba, Stella Abiam. We have her. We have a big mommy here. Please, ma, I will not play anything. Please have the mic. Whenever it's not a joke, so what mic because mama.
Ụtụtụ ọma.
Thank you, ma.
Ụtụtụ ọma. Chino.
Thank you.
Our great teacher. Onye nkuzi. Chineke gọzie gị n'ihe ị na-emere USB.
So, gọzikwa gị nwa.
Triple M. nke gị ụwọ a na-agwọ n'ere ị ga-adị ka echi maka na echi adịghị agwụ agwụ. Ekelele m mmadụ niile ndị na-apụta nọ na-ege ihe a na-ekwu na-agbasa ozi na-asụkwa na ndị Owere si ji erekpe ole ji agwọ onye ọrịa na-arụkwa n'ụra a na-asị gị jisie ike obi a na-atọ gị ụtọ maka ọ bụrụ na ọ na-awa apụta na-ekwu onweghị onye ga-ege onweghị onye ga-asị gị ikwutere ma ọ ikwuteghị. N'eziokwu emekata ike ga-agwụ gị ma ị na-akụzi nkụzi ọ ya na-eme onye nkụzi kụzigide ya jụọ ụmụ akwụkwọ ụlọ anụkwa ihe ya na-ekwu ha asị ya anyị na-anụ mana onye ọbụla asị gị ya anaghị anụ ma ọ nweghị onye na-ajụ ajụjụ eziokwu ike ga-agwụ onye ahụ. So
good afternoon, mommy. Thank you so much, ma. I greet you, ma. Welcome, ma.
So
I na-ekele gị n'ọrụ ọma gị.
Honestly, at age of 70 something,
by September, I'm 71.
Okay, you know,
18th of September, Mama going 71 years of old. So I will
celebrate it.
Kwashoko. So ihe niile a na-ekwu onye ọbụla ọ ya ka ọ na-awụ mmemme a na-akpọ ha sị na some knowledge are not learned from school or from high institution. Some knowledge are learned from experience. O nwere ọtụtụ ihe mmadụ na-amụta ọ na-awụghị mgbe ị gara mahadum ma mgbe ị gara ụlọ akwụkwọ kama ọ wụ site n'ihe mere gị. Ndị Igbo asị na mmadụ na-eji ihe mere mmadụ amụta ihe. Ya wụrụ ya ihe mere na ọtamụmama anọ nga ugbu a ihe banyere Naijiria na-ewute m. Enwere ihe kpaliri mmụọ ma onye sị na ya renew zoo paspọtụ ya. Ọ bụ ihe ahụ mere m jiri bata maka asị na ọ dị ka ọ dị kpọwa ọ dị ka ọ dị azụrụ. Ejiri m paspọtụ bata ihe alakwa laghachi 2020 mgbe a na-ekwu na Biafra ga-abịa. I waited for Biafra and that 2020 ọbịa ahụ nwa m sị m ọ ka a ga renew my passport m sị ya na enidede m ihe banyere Nigeria again na ana m eche Biafra and ihe m jiri buru ihe Biafra n'isi dịka ebe Awụsa bụ gala ya na-anụ m ọkụ ka asị ọ pụtara taa ọ pụtara echi uwe maka democracy ejiri m maka Biafra enweghị m akwụkwọ ebe a. Emechana m ihe niile a na-akpọ ọsọ biotric ka ogene ka asọ ogene agbacha ọgwụ ma ndị niile eweta ya silu ọsọ anyị ga-ewega ya atọkwala ya atọ ihe ahụ n'ọhịa one of the days mgbe ọbụla ihe banyere Biafra abịara m aka aga m ebupụta ya ji ya mba ụwa ụdị ashị m kpọrọ Naijiria na ụdị ịhụnanya m hụrụ na Biafra. So mgbe nwanne m ahụ kwuru ihe asị asụ na enwere ndị nwere ụdị ka ebumnuche ya m nwere kwechiri maka Biafra. Ana m ekelekwa n'unu niile maka ọwụdụ mmadụ niile nwere our leaders ọwụ mmadụ inwe anya ime mmụọ bekee asọwụ spiritual eye. Amaghị m na o nwekwara ndị nwere ụdịka anya ime mmụọ ahụ buru ya n'obi that whether Biafra or nothing without Biafra na onwezighị ihe ha ji green passport Nigeria eme. So my brother ekele ngụ n'ụzọ pụrụ iche and that hope Chineke ga-fulfill ya. We will get our Biafran passport and ID. Ana m ayọkwa mmadụ niile so unu biko ihe banyere ID kpọtụrụ unu Chino ka ọ jụọ unu ajụjụ ọgwụ unu ukwu ihe banyere this Biafran ID card, the weight ihe ọ na-arụ everywhere. Ọ na-arụrụ ụmụnne anyị ọrụ pụrụ iche. So ọ bụrụ na ị nwetabeghị ya gbaa mbọ gaa nweta ya. Na-echetakwara n'ụlọ na taa awụ fundraising. Bekee sịkwa little drops of water makes an ocean. Ọ bụrụgodo na ị gaghị etinye ego bata maka asị na faith cometh by hearing. Enwere mgbe ị ga-anọgide ndị mmadụ na-eti ọ na-enu gị enu so ọ dịghị asụ ọ dị eji m ihe anụtụ gị one day nwere otu o siri bata gị n'aka gị werekwe ya tii gị. Ọ bụghị mmadụ niile tiri n'ụka ahụ n'ihu ha ọwụkwana mmadụ niile tigere na ka a kpọrọ aha kama na receipt gị nọ gị mgbe oge eruola asị mgbe a ga-ahọzi ụkwa ahọwanyere ya. Ana m ekele unu n'ụzọ pụrụ iche ma enweghị ọtụtụ ukwu mbeta okwuole so
Yes, so
nsị ka m kelee unu ihe m so ka m ekele unu maka onye asị jide ka o ji ihe o ji dị mma. So ana m ekele unu niile na-asị na unu niile ga-adị ka echi maka na echi adịghị agwụ agwụ. Udo dịrị unu ndị ọma iji eme ọnụ. Ugbu
Mama,
a ka m tetara n'ụra.
Mama, thank you. Mama, thank you. Were aha m nke m jika nke ijika nne m ịgbalega
Thank you.
asị na anyị nwere ọdị mmadụ gị na ndị nọ n'azụ so ha nọ n'azụ politishan ha ga-ama legodi onye ha ka ọjị ụzọ kalụ dimkpa ha ka ya onye aboke mụrụ ọ sị ya amaghị anything maka Biafra ya amaghị ihe kọsọ ọkụ Biafra ya amaghị
Gị kpọkwa n'ọjị ụzọ kalụ gị
na-amaghị ihe ahụ anyị na-ata na zoo
gị sokwa Zaka ọjị of all people pụtara na-akparị onwe ya. So
ha zuzume asị oke na-amaghị ala egwuwarụ ala ka ọ eji m achọ m ka m gaa renew zoo paspọtụ immediately ID card na-apụta eso m na ndị mbụ ụzọ mere ID card eji m ihe because onye ma ihe m ga-eji immediately flag off our passport nwanne aga m esoro ndị mbụ ụzọ achọghị m iwere ego ahụ ga atụfuo n'aka ndị zoo aga m na-eji ya eme contribution na Biafra time for our passport bịa eji aga were na nke ikpeazụ a no going back we are home already.
Thank you.
Nke njika meme gị mee ihe ha nna nọmba meme gị kpọọ m ka m save nọmba gị aha gị nọmba m ọwụ +1405 888 4161. ị nwetara ya?
Don't worry, I will give you the 3PM. Eji m nama 3PM. M ga-enye ya.
Okay,
Yeah.
So onye ngwa sị na ọ dị so no trouble Chineke gbara n'olu ume very soon ihe anyị na-enwe anyị nwetagwe.
Yes, and the Biafrans, please, if you are not following Mama at this age, Mama Simon, please go to that channel. Support Mama. It's not easy. You are comment, you are little, anything you do on that page of a old grandma of 70 years. Once you type there, it's a blessing.
Amen.
So you need to subscribe on her. That page, I see it as a blessing. That is why whenever I'm at work, I have to see online, I will just go there and comment and then like the program because it's not easy. At 70, going to 71. You know what it means? And you hear the voice that can give her that blessing. Go and tap the blessing of long life from her page. Let's welcome our brother Odogwu Enugu. He's on the comment section. Odogwu, I see you. You are welcome. We are blessed to have you today.
Before I greet you, I want to greet my mother first. Thank you
Mama,
before I greet you, Biafra TV.
Yes, so Gawaniru.
Tell my mother to answer my greeting. Mama, Tutuoma.
Oh, Tutuoma, ụmụ Chineke gọziri. Generation na ụmụ na-agaghị atazi afụfe ya ụmụ anyị na-ata. Na anyị onwe anyị tara. So niile ga-eji ruo abụ otuto. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Mama Biafrans including myself. Now, in a way, according to Chino, in this period, one bede come yet if you're not to quando or the cake bido tata or Kayamu also. Mama Kayamu also.
Biafra ga-amụma ọzọ maka ọwụ ihe m mere agba mbọ ka Biafra.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
No matter that you have contributed in the days, maybe you contributed, yet you still come here to follow us to finish the job. We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your contribution, especially not looking down on your children. You are freeing us how we are. No matter na you can na keep on na bazira you na gosi ai na ikuziri ai otu esi asa ahụ ka anyị wee do ọcha. I want to thank all Biafrans that are in comment section. I want to thank you, Re Biafra TV, for giving me this opportunity this morning. I have, no matter every time you come online, I get the connection, and but I share it. I couldn't come today. I was opportune because I've not gone to work, and the time you come for program, I was opportune. So I want to thank all Biafrans that are benefiting, like me, and all the people that came to support you in the program before or when I am not there. I am congratulating all of you. This is to show that you are supporting the United States of Biafra. Please, I just want to talk more. I will not draw you back. I don't know the topic. I just saw that you're online. I said, let me come. I don't know the topic. So I believe that your topic today have touched so many souls. Your research has been so helpful to the United States of Biafra. Your research has shown us that we are in the 21st century. 21st century. So what happened in the 18th century, what happened in the 19th century, what happened in the 20th century is not what is happening in the 21st century. Thank you for letting us know. Somebody like me, you opened my memory, you opened my inner mind to know that this period, when a government is redeclared, it doesn't need again what I know or what I want or what I'll do. It depends on what the international community need. That's what I need to do. And that is exactly what the cabinet and the United States of Biafran government is doing. I have gone away from agitating. Immediately I declare that I'm a nation. I have gone away from protesting. Immediately after I declared, I have gone away from fighting. I'm no more fighting. The government is now fighting for me through the foreign affairs, through the United States of Biafra deputy prime minister and prime minister, and with the president, who is also fighting with the document. With the document I generated in Finland on the 29th of November 2024, on record. I said on record, all the things that I did when I was fighting, when I was agitating, when I was protesting, it is not on record. It is just by mere stalking. But the one on record is the one that is in the table of United States of America table, is in the Israel parliament, is in Finland parliament, is even in the Nigeria parliament, in Canada parliament. That is one that is working now. So Biafrans, thank you for coming here every day to know what you need to do. What you need to do is to support the United States of Biafra. Forget about organizations like IPOB then, or Autopilot then, or Biafran Republic government in exile then. Yet the government can be in exile. That one is available. That one is obtainable from the research our brother have been giving us. But we need to support that government in exile until the day we will be recognized. I challenged everybody in one of our brother broadcasts. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Let any country recognize Biafra as a nation. Me, Odogwenugu, I am giving everybody challenge. Give us 3 days, all the terrorism, all the kidnapping, everything will stop immediately from Biafra land. The Nigeria that is occupying our land, 3 days, I said they will leave. We don't need any ammunition. We don't need any gunshot. We don't need to spend anything. Just that declaration. Let Trump, let Israel parliament, president, because only the president that can recognize a nation, not even the Senate, not even the Congress, not even our brother mentioned all those things. They don't have power to do that. It's only the president. Only the president can do it. So let that happen. 3 days I give Nigeria. 3 days I give Biafrans. If Nigeria did not get that from our land, then call me a bastard. Call me a prostitute. Call me anything you want to call me. I will take it. I will take it. I did not say 3 months, so I did not say 3 years. I say 3 days. 3 days is USB 3. 3 days. 3 days is Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, Dr. Ngozo Rebeze. 3 days USB. That is Trinity. The 3 person in one.
Sure.
We are united. State of Biafra. This is where unity is. Don't tell me to go and make peace, or let us be united. This is we are united now. We are united. That you still have organization in the United States of Biafra does not mean that we are not united. No, this is our name. Make everything easy and completed. Completed, I said, and not complete. Completed. United States of Biafra. In America, they have organizations. In the United Kingdom, this country, remind me which country want to go out from United Kingdom. I think, which country is that? They still want to go out in United Kingdom, but they are united. The same is United States of Biafra. You are united. So don't tell me to come together or unite with this. I am already united. And that is why my name is choosing a name and title of United States of Biafra, declared by Dr. Ngozo Rebeze. Dr. Ngozo Rebeze, if you don't like it, you deal with it. I have nothing to tell you. That is Okpokpo. That declaration is Okpokpo Bakuru Ndizu, Bakuru Ndiro. They cannot swallow it, they cannot chew it. That is what Simon Ekpa said. Okpokpo. So Dr. Ngozo Rebeze is Okpokpo. Thank you very much. I greet again the people in the comment section on the studio. I cannot see anybody where I am, but
You
anybody
have
that is...
you have only 3 p.m. in the studio. 3 p.m.
Hey, 3 p.m. Please let me hear his voice. Oh no, I give mic. Let me hear his voice. 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Close to your mic to say hello to our brother Odogwenugu.
Scott Island and Northern Ireland. Maazị Odogwu udo dịrị nwanne mmadụ. Asịrị m agba nkịtị ịma anyị na-ekwu okwu ị na-alaghị ka amaghị aka n'ọnụ. Maazị Odogwu.
Can you tell us why Northern Ireland and Scotland want to go out from United Kingdom when they are united?
My brother, there is nothing like a united. United Kingdom I will shift on the I mean how was on sheep clothing. So hapụkwa ndị ahụ. O nweburu okwu ikwuru kịta, my brother. Thank you so much. O nwe okwu ikwuru. My brother, I am not a prophet, but I speak like one. Though I'm a special child, actually. I'm a Mindi. I'm Dada. from the belt. Awum dada. So
Wow.
and enwere ka nsi emekwa ihe m. Ahụla m na ihe kwuru 3 days anyị nyere. Ahụla m ya. Nke abụghị dream. Ahụla m ya, efilele m ya. Our people, what I'm hearing is, "Woo, Nigeria, woo," when the military and their apparatus are leaving the Biafra land. Our people are mocking them. "Woo, woo." I have seen it, and it's going to happen. Mark, today, you could hear 13th.
Yes.
Just watch and see. It's going to happen. And it's fast approaching. Our people will mock them. Even on our country, peacefully, I got with the resources, maybe with the United States of Biafra, we are not interested. They will be packing the things and believing. Ha ga na-akpọ ha ọzọ na-eme ha a na-eme vidio na-epost online. Nke a is not capping. Mazodogwu, ekelena m gị maka o nwere ihe mere nyekwara ụmụnne anyị aka, maka your contribution.
Have you submitted your have you made any submission before?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
You are just giving mic to greet me and they accept my greetings because I miss you. I miss you too much. Okay, man. You take the mic. You just answer my greetings and the other ones, then after that you can talk.
What I'm working here before you quote everything on my brother. Come on. Onye kpọrọ bịa rie nri ya ga na-akwa aka abụọ. Amaghị m onye nwe ọ ga-asa ahụ eri. My brother, biko ewediwe. Ana m ebere gị abụ ekene, ọkwa ekene ahụ ka m ji wee bịa n'ọnụ ụzọ gị. Anyị na-ekene gị maka ọrụ ọma ịlụ ụlọ anyị ebe nwanne anyị nwoke nọ. Ebe ha na-atụ ya ajọ njoloko isi ya na you must to see this person before you go. You must to do this before you go. But only your call he put across. Kanwa the anụmanụ n'azụ. Ya akpọzikwe nwanne anyị nwoke na-ayọ ya si ya biko. Ewediwe. Ya ma ha na ọwụ ọdị mmadụ ọgwụ. We appreciate you, my brother. You are living legend. Ị gara Helsinki, Galati. Ewo the living legend I know now one time. No here today, let's defend that mandate. We I got in spirit, watch na TV. No here, man here potara, man here onyere. All my prayers to each and every one of us is that last congratulations, my people, congratulations. I hit my mic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Triple M. Thanks so much, Odogwu Enugu. Whenever Odogwu come, Odogwu whenever you allow the mic for him, once he finish, he will hand over. That is his method, and he has his own way of life. And for me, I always like his way. Once he submits, you see him keeping quiet. Odogwu Enugu, based on your suggestion, honestly, is like you have listened to the program. Because all we are doing is centralized on USB declared. Like Maazị Nnamdi Kanu mere ka anyị mata na anyị ga-enweta Biafra site na anyị ilejere anya na kọntrị na-atọ otu ha si wee nweta nke ha. Anyị ji ele anya na ihe mere na Syria ka Syria si wee bụrụ kọntrị. Anyị ga-eleta Somaliland. Anyị ga-eleta Yemen, how they become a country. That when I check these 3 countries, Somalia, how they become. I check these 3 countries, how they become a country. No, that is the only way I get to Biafra of our own country. And we have started checking under my research the history of Syria. What happened? Syria has name of organization. This is with the name of organization. After 2 years of protest with the name of organization, they transitioned into first government in exile in 1949 to France. The one in 1949 in France tried and they could not be able to take over. They transitioned again into Turkey. as government in exile. They remain in Turkey. They issue the one in France in 1949 issue declaration of Syria as a country. They could not be able to process, like they failed, like what happened to us in the war through Nigeria war. What happened again? The second government in exile, the same people walked away partially from France and opened their headquarters of government in exile in Turkey. They remain in Turkey. When they remain in Turkey, they try to establish more for more countries to know about them. They walk into Qatar. They remain in Qatar. In the final day of their declaration, all of them travel down to Qatar, like what Obato Obi did in all these years of having IPOB in United Kingdom, having IPOB organization in America and all over the countries. But we open our official head office through Obato Simon in Finland, where we all gathered, and we issued the redeclared of our lost country in the continuation of the old one with the present modern new name, United States of Biafra, as the new one. The same that Syria people did, proving that Mazen can understand that a time will come that we have to transition all the organization into a structure of a full government in exile, like people of Syria. He mentioned in one of his broadcasts, January 1st, 2021. He mentioned how he said that we, in everything we are doing, that we should look at these three countries. That is only one way how we can achieve our country. That is why, to clarify you very well, I got to play the audio of the voice of Mazen Nandekan from this particular place, so you can hear why what we are doing today. That's why we're asking IPOB organization. You have been flowing Mazen Nandekan, total of 14 years of your protests without transition, government in exile. And the Mazen Nandekan said the only one way for us to gain Biafra, that we should do what people of Syria did. We should look at the history of Somalia and history of Yemen, how these three countries, including Sierra Leone in Africa, how these four countries made it, and today they are countries. And the example he give us, the Syria was only 2 years protest. They move. What of you, in the name of the organization of IPOB, that has been there for 14 years protest? Algeria protest for 3 years and 3 months, 3 years and 10 months. Algeria from government in exile. Algeria 4 years. Namibia 3 years and 10 months. Ethiopia, that lost their country in the hands of Italy, protest for only 3 years. Sierra Leone in Africa, protest for 6 years. Then a country like Eritrea in Africa, protest for 3 years. They went in exile. Do you know that Somalia never protest for 1 day? That they just stood up, formed government in exile, and have their country. But today we are digging out everything about Syria, and finally that Syria stand in exile after they have redeclared their country back. They have been in exile for 13 to 11 years. They waited until America recognized them before they will come back. They did not even come back straight to their country. They come back to Damascus and they remain from there, start controlling their people until America recognizes them. They now come back and take over their. That's what they said. That even Syria did not even have de facto government in the homeland, no administrative structure in their homeland, but they are in exile, controlling everything. So when you look at where USB and where someone put us into, and how we have come into a country called United States of Biafra this time around, you will simply see the history of Syria, which after playing this voice of Mazen Nandekan, I will play the history of people of Syria, how they become a country, why Mazen Nandekan refer us to that. And you can see that it's only Simon Epa, through our DPM, is how we have repeated the history of Syria. And today, Syria is a country. Finally, in present 21st century, 2025/2024, finally, everything about them, after 12 years in exile, upon they have declared the first one, it fell, second one, and until they finally made it the way it's supposed to be. So that is why anybody who is not under US, like you said, there is no reconciliation of anything. The only thing you have to do is accept your country, that you are a citizen of United States of Biafra, and you have to support your government. Without you supporting US, you are declared, you are one of those intellectuals that Mazakano said, Ojukwu, that the problem is a black man brain, that Ojukwu fought the intellectuals and refused to allow him to accomplish his job. The history is repeating both in bad way, in good way. But in USB, we are repeating the good history of how 31 country who transition government in exile, how they become a country is the history that we, the people of Biafra, is repeating today. We owe nobody any apology. And those who owe apologies to keep the apology, and what they have to do, go and take USB ID card. Prove to yourself, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. That is what you need to do. Keep your apology to yourself. And I also say this word, I am always bringing this information and the laws, the punishment. Remember that people of Namibia bring 100 trailer, pack their citizens that refuse to support them, dump them in the territory between Namibia and South Africa, and chase them into South Africa. That is why the problem in South Africa will not end, because it is a multiple people, the member of South Africa, that are hearing today. Remember, this same South Africa is where Namibia exits from. The people of Namibia give their people punishment by pushing them away, those that refuse to accept. That is why today the punishment must be repeated. Also, America chased away over 80,000 citizens of America who refuse to accept or support America when they are fighting, and those who sign over 500, including the Anglican bishop, that they don't want America to be a country. The punishment is what I'm trying to save many of us, for them to know that the only way you have, the only government for you is United States of Biafra. Protest for 14 years. What is the achievement? You are doing the protest for 14 years. The map of Biafra was removed, the map of the world. The plight of Biafra was removed, put the plight of Bonnie. But because of US being declared today, we have come back to the map of the world. A map of Africa, we are there. If the arrow is showing you United States of Biafra, proving that we are back to the world, and you are waiting for recognition, that you want, you declare government in exile, you are in abroad. Algeria remaining abroad for 30 years, which is 3 decades. Namibia, 4 decades in exile. Syria, 13 years in abroad, which is 1 decade dandy. And the Ipob has used 1 decade dandy and do protests without achieving anything. Are you not supposed to be ashamed of yourself if you're a normal human being? What happened to the ability for you to reason and the real reason that makes you a human being? Mazna Nekan has given us direction. Simon Epanjoko, under 5 years, pick up the direction of Mazna Nekan. Look at the history of Syria. Look at listen to Mazna Nekan, and you see why Simon Epanjoko move us very fast, and understand that it took Syria only 2 years, stop protests, moving government in exile. Total of 12 years, Syria become a country. Listen to Mazna Nekan's voice.
The method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
Only one way. And Simon Epanjoko introduced that only one way, that Chukwuemeka Odumegwu through a Jezebel wife, refused to introduce government in exile. That is where we are today. This is how Syria become a country. Before I will give the mic, it doesn't take, it's just only 2 minutes. Let us listen to the history of Syria. That is what we are going to do to summarize the program, because also me, I am closing the program. So let us listen to the history of Syria and see what USB is doing today. The only option. Mazakano said only one way, through government in exile. That is where we are today. IPOB, shame on you. Listen to the history of Syria.
The details regarding the timelines, organization names, and international recognition of the Syrian opposition break down as follows. 1. The names of the organizations. The Syrian opposition used 2 distinct, interconnected bodies to represent themselves. The umbrella political organization, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces, commonly referred to as the Syrian National Coalition or SNC. This was the broad political coalition that managed international diplomacy. The government in exile body, the Syrian Interim Government, SIG. This was the specific executive, administrative arm created by the SNC to function as a government in exile and manage daily civil services like schools, hospitals, and local infrastructure. 2 years of protests before transitioning. It took exactly 2 years of popular uprisings and escalating conflict before the formal government in exile was created. March 2011. Massive, peaceful pro-democracy street protests erupted across Syria as part of the Arab Spring. March 2013. Following 2 years of a violent regime crackdown that turned the protests into a full-scale civil war, the opposition officially declared the creation of the Syrian Interim Government, SIG, during a conference in Istanbul, Turkey. 3 years spent in exile. The Syrian opposition body spent a total of 11 to 12 years operating outside of the central capital before the collapse of the Bashar al-Assad regime in late 2024. This time frame is generally divided into 2 administrative phases. Phase 1, absolute foreign exile, 3 years. From 2013 to 2016, the SIG operated entirely from its headquarters in Istanbul, Turkey, with no physical administrative control on the ground. Phase 2, the Northern Border Zone, 8 years. From 2016 to late 2024, the SIG moved its physical headquarters onto Syrian soil in the northern border city of Azaz. While no longer in a foreign country, they remained completely exiled from the true capital and center of national power in Damascus. Following the total collapse of the Assad regime in December 2024, the Syrian National Coalition briefly relocated to Damascus. By early 2025, these older opposition frameworks were formally dissolved and integrated into the centralized Syrian transitional government under Ahmed al-Sharaa. 4. How long to achieve international recognition? Remarkably, the political organization achieved widespread international recognition almost instantly, taking only a matter of days, not years, though this recognition came before they officially formed the government in exile. The timeline of their lightning-fast diplomatic recognition highlights this rapid shift. November 11, 2012. The Syrian National Coalition, SNC, is officially formed in Doha, Qatar. 1 day later, November 12, 2012, Qatar and the 6 member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, formally recognized the SNC as the sole legitimate representative of the Syrian people. 2 days later, November 13, 2012, France becomes the first Western superpower to grant formal recognition. 1 week later, November 19 to 20, 2012, the European Union and the United Kingdom issue formal recognition. 1 month later, December 12, 2012, the United States formally recognizes the coalition at a Friends of Syria conference in Marrakesh, Morocco, alongside more than 100 other international delegates. The catch with recognition. While over 100 countries rushed to recognize the political coalition, SNC, within weeks of its birth in late 2012, many of those same Western and Arab nations later hesitated to give that same level of formal diplomatic recognition to the actual interim government, SIG, when it launched in 2013, preferring to treat it as a civil administrative partner rather than a sovereign replacement state.
I hope you have listened to Syria movement and why Mazen Kari felt that we have to replicate the history of Syria. There's only one way for us to achieve Biafra, knowing a time will come for us to move to government in exile. And Obato, they captured this particular broadcast and they made it possible for us. So please, finally, let me start with Triple M for final submission. Triple M, please have the mic if you're close to your mic.
Yes, yes, I'm here, my dear brother. Yeah, I know my one mother. Yeah, thank you so much, my good brother, my genuine fellow Biafrans. Ma, ihe a na-eme ebe a bụ a na-ezu n'ozi a ma ya bụrụ awere Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọsọ a na-agwọ ọ na-ere a na-ezi n'ozi a na-ehi an example. The first question you need to ask yourself, my good people, what are we fighting for? Akwa nwere onwe nke akpọkwana freedom, and everybody loves freedom. Freedom is the greatest gift human being can acquire. Now, we are looking for freedom. We are fighting for our freedom. And there is templates of achieving that freedom. Now, this freedom we are talking about, we are looking at, we are fighting for, is a freedom that the whole world knows about it. And they knew that countries will stand up one day and start looking for it, which is the right of a human being. They have to organize themselves and outline a criteria that if at all you are looking for such a thing, this is the rules and regulation and the way to follow for you to achieve it. The people that say this are the same people that will study you and see that you have thought through that way, and you show them your evidences. They verified it and recognize you before you stand as a nation. They are the people that set the template. IPOB Nigeria, IPOB DOS, what are you looking for? Unless there is something you're looking for that is not freedom. Because if it's freedom, you and I know that the step you are taking, what you are doing is not the rightful way to get the freedom. Whereas you are still calling on international community to come and recognize you. As what? What are the things that you want them to recognize you with? When Finland arrested our PM, they said that we should do it legally. What is legally? And our DPM are proving it to them. When they said that, I said, okay, you people say we should do it legally. Now we are doing it legally. We see you people with international law. IPOB, DOS. What document do you have? Even the so-called IPOB you people are claiming, Emmanuel can have challenged you people. If you say that you are the owner of IPOB, bring out your documents that prove that you are the owner of IPOB and registered IPOB. You are just claiming IPOB. No. IPOB is a Mazinanikan organization. It's Mazinanikan organization. And now we are no longer doing anything like organization. We are metamorphosed into a nation. On leadership maka ego. Onye mara asụ ya sọ n'ikwe. Ga ma ha asụ lekwe mkpụrụ gị sọ ya aja ya dịkwa asụ ndo na nke ikpeazụ a. I'm happy our constitution na Amazon na-egwu mmiri. Iwe toothpick ga adịrị nke gị. Maka mgbe oge ga-eru ka mmadụ hapụ isi tamper justice with mercy. Nwanne tamper that justice with mercy now. Ọ bụ mgbe o ruru echi abịa tamper justice with mercy. Nwanne there is no excuse in a court of law. Ignorance is not an excuse in court of law. At this junction, thank you, my brother. I yield.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Mama Simon before we go to Dogwenugu finally. Mama Simon, please have the mic. If you are close to your mic.
Thank you, Amen. Hello, you Kupuruku Nibaza. 3 Anọ mahadum mgbe ọbụla Mama Simon na-ekwu okwu na Biafra, enwere mgbe m kwuru masị na ebidoro m from Nnamdi Kanu, mahadum Nnamdi Kanu. Emegide ekwensu dịka mama agaghị amụta bekee ya na-ekwu okwu ha ejide ya mba aga nke Simon ebe a agagide na mzogagide ihe agagide ha abịakwa Chineke emekwa ebere odogwu nwaanyị ka ibe ya nne mụrụ Biafra apụta. Enwere onye kwutere okwu trepụ maachị ya si mama ihe m na-amụta ma younger brother me ya sị na ha cheda mama ha akwụkwọ na m na-surprise bekee ya na anụ m n'ọnụ m si ya na ọ bụ Biafra na anọ m mahadum Biafra. So mgbe m sị na ihe otu abụọ na uru na atọ ya atọ n'anya and our leader kwuru so mgbe ọbụla nwaanyị ijidere batara n'ihe Biafra na ụnụ mara na ya enwe na Biafra ihe agbagide ya ka bọọlụ ya adabaga Dr. Abueze n'aka. Ndị dịka Maazị Chino unu niile Triple M ha odogwu Enugu ha ama amụbụ aha ha bifo temshi anụ ya na mgbe dis bọọlụ rụziri na goalkeeper ihe ala ahụ ya ela tenisha ponga center na atatra distin wapoga DOS ara 11-0 ka akara these people. So the thing na-enye m joy n'ihe niile ya unu na-ekwu. Ana m adị very very happy. Ọ bụrụ na asị m ama m ka m ga-esi wee na-ekele unu niile maka mgbe ọbụla m etetara m n'ụra abatara m nọ ka m saa ahụ maka ozugbo m tetara berechaa were fonu m kpọpee ya ele anya ya wụrụ na chi nọ m nọrọ na bed nga ahụ sị ka m lee ma aga m abatali Chukwu mebere m abata. Adị m very happy. So ahụ ka m chọrọ ịga asa ihe a. Anọ m na bathroom na-ekwu ukwu m na-ekwu na. So dị m very happy n'okwu m na-anụ ụnụ n'ụnụ na ihe ụnụ na-akụziri m. Mama na-amụta ihe buru ibu. Chi nọ n'ụzọ pụrụ iche ka m na-ekele gị. Even ndị ka ahụ ị gwara m ọ wee meta na m leruo echikwa ebe ahụ ụtọ abụọ ma ọ bụ atọ m ga-ejikwa keziere ndị chọrọ ịnụ. I'm super proud of each and every one of you. Unu niile ga-adị ka echi maka na echi adịghị agwụ agwụ. So Biafra anyị enwetala ya. Onye ọbụla awụ mmanụ ya so n'ihe a na-eme. Onye m ịlabara gị na ha na-enwe aṅụrị because what we seek we have gotten it. Thank you everyone. Unu niile Chineke ga-agọzi unu, gọzie ụmụ unu, gọzie agbụrụ unu. Unu ga-agbashi ike ka nka karịa. That is even nọ na this 70 at the ripe age na-ekwu gada na-agba gedegede. Ụmụ unu na ụmụ unu na-eficha unu dịka ụmụaka m si eficha m. So ihe ga-eri unu na unu agaghị ahụ ya. Mana ihe unu ga-eri na ihe ụmụ unu ga-eri unu ga na-enweta. Dịrị unu niile. Ekelele m unu. Anyị jisi n'ike.
Thank you so much, Mama Simon, our grandma. Thank you so much. Let us go to Odogwu Enugu, the Prince Godwill Eze. Have the mic. If you are still here with us and close to your mic, let us close together. Today you are here.
Yeah, thank you very much for recognizing me once again. Thank you for the privilege you gave me, though I didn't merit it because I came to learn. But now you give me opportunity to talk. What am I going to talk again? What am I going to talk now is to tell Biafrans and all lovers of freedom, both men and women, the importance of declaration. Everybody know me, everybody call me Odogwu Enugu. But there is no document. There's no wherever you can find where Odogwu Enugu is written. My name, anybody that is listening or looking at this comment section, my real name is Prince Godwin Eze. That is my name. That is the one in the document. Anything I am going to do, I'm not going to do it in the name of Odogwu Enugu. No, I do it with the name. In the document I'm going to submit in any office or anywhere is Prince Godwin. And that's what my document is bearing. Forget about what you are calling me. So we are calling Biafra. The document we have now, that is our name, is United States of Biafra. United States of Biafra. And who is leading this United States of Biafra? The name and title that is in there is Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Go to Georgia, go to America, go to Kafanchan. You will see Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. That's what we present. You go to our our Secretary of Finance, you will see Professor, Pharmacy Dan. Pharmacy Dan, that's the name. So Biafran, why am I pointing this out? I'm pointing out that the recognition or the name you are having is what you are being named of. You cannot go anywhere in the document and find the name IPOB. You cannot go there and find the name CNC. For instance, in South Africa, Mandela entered into prison with SNC. Please, if I'm not right, correct me immediately.
Yes,
SNC.
yes,
Yeah.
NHC, yeah.
When he come out, he did not come out in the name of SNC. He come out with the name and title of the president of that South Africa. He declared, no matter what he fought is not what we are fighting. Mandela fought with NC for right. We are fighting for restoration of a country. South Africa is already there. He didn't find to go out from South Africa. What of Israel that was declared by a woman? The president became a president with the name. What of Brazil that declared, is it 1822? The
Yes.
president was saved with that name and title of declaration, not title of the name they fought. What of Finland? We have red and white group. When they won, it was recognized with Finland, not a red group or white group. So, Biafra, this is the important, or why our brother, I call him Professor Ray Biafran TV, is telling us that in this 21st century, we are seeking for recognition of the United States of Biafra, USB. And who are doing that? The government of that United, not organization, not Nnamdi Kanu. If he comes out today or tomorrow, or Simon Ekpa comes out or today, he is going to be handed the document of the United States of Biafra, not a Biafran Republican government in exile as agitation, or IPOB as agitation. This is what I want to contribute and enlighten us on what we are doing or what is going to save us. And I want to give us good news. We met all the criteria of the Montevideo Declaration to be a country. We met it. We met it. So the importance of declaration is what we need now. As I said again, if we continue to give information that we have been declared as the state, as a nation, and the world recognize us, 3 days, Biafrans, 3 days, I still say it, I maintain that we will be free from the oppressor. But if we are still in agitation, they continue to intimidate us. They continue to conquer us. They continue to kill us. They continue to control us. They continue to take our resources and sponsor terrorism throughout the whole world. Thank you, Chino. Thank you, all the people that came. I wish I will have this opportunity again to speak with my professor. I'm still a student, but thank you that you still
We
value
are all
my
students. So we're only doing what we can do to make sure that we achieve our country. And people to understand where we are. That is what I'm doing here. That we have only one government. Look at the history of Syria, how they are. And that is where Mazen can refer us to. That we have to replicate their history. And today it has been done and dusted through our DV, through Simon Ekpa. What else are you still waiting for? What else?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to remind again, Biafrans, whether I am here or whether I am not here, today is United States of Biafra fundraising. If you are not privileged to come here and talk, then be privileged to go and donate. Americans are still donating for. Israel are still donating for. So it's not only United States of Biafra that are not donating to support the government. And as Chino said, that there cannot be peace in South Africa because of Igwa multitude. The same thing in Israel. When Israel left Egypt, do you know that people from Egypt that followed Israel to go out, they are more than Israelites?
Yes, now.
And that is why there's problem in Israel today, because of the Egyptians that followed Israel to go back. The same way, there are Nigerians that are going to follow Biafrans to go. But we have a constitution in the Amazon that will deal with all of them. But let it not be their fear. Biafrans have policy and system that everybody will be happy in a country of your own. Recognize that name, that you are a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Triple M. Thank you, Mama Stella, Mommy Simon, our grandma who opened YouTube page to also encourage us at this our youth. So for us to encourage her. She's one also encouraging us. So I always tell you, go to her page. Anytime you comment there, you are tapping a blessing of a long life. That's what you are tapping. That is how I see our platform. That's what I always said. It's a blessed platform. Peter, I don't know. Your mic cannot connect. So that's why I cannot bring you. I've tried, even tried from here to change your name. I could not see it. It could not work. If instead of you want to comment, you can call my phone number through WhatsApp. I can only wait for you, Peter. If you want to call, you can call on number +97 33 60 51 337. I repeat again, +97 33 60 51 337. If you call, then you can also talk to Biafra, because I see you have tried all you can to be on this program, but maybe I don't know why the network is kicking you out, could not allow you. So Biafrans, you have had it all. There is nothing anybody can do. The deal has been done. You have maintained what Maznan Kanu said. That is only how we can achieve this. Only one way is through government in exile. Ojukwu said that Biafra will come from diaspora. In one of his broadcasts, I play it here when he asked, "Let my people go at old age." Anywhere you see Bianca or no, ask him, where were you when Ojukwu was shouting, "Let my people go, Bianca or no"? Where are you then? What are you doing today? Why is their husband at his old age is still raising his voice and shout, "Let my people go"? "Let my people go" has been done through United States of Biafra redeclared. There is no other one. Don't be deceived. Don't panic. We are on the right track. This is how I said I have find out that one country in the world today that the only how they got through their country back is by words. Government in exile and the peacefully declared. This is how they achieve their country. What are you still waiting for? What is that thing that you are waiting for? Why are you not being on the right track? Must you be on the bad side of whatever that comes in this life? Is it from that thing you are thinking? Forget. Okay, your mic could not allow me to add you. That is why I call my number for you. Look at your network could not allow me. It's from your own side. Everybody is here. So, my people, you can call me on number Okoye. My number is +97 33 60 51 337. That is the same number we use on the WhatsApp group. So if you can't get me, the number on our WhatsApp group is open number. So you can call also from that particular line. Then we can pick up your call and you can submit. I want to show you this. I write it with my pen. Look at it. This name of how many countries? 10. Or they just pick only 10 that in their history, woman, like Hamuzara Beze declared. And today her name has entered among these ladies that declared the existing country today. Number 1 is what? Brazil, 1822, September 2nd, by a woman. Are you hearing it? By a woman. Number 2 is Israel, 1968, March 14, a woman, Israel. Number 3, Belarus, 1990, July 27, a woman. Belarus got their freedom from Russia. Then number 4, Africa, Congo, DR, 1960, June 30, a woman. Number 5, Canada, 1929. Canada, 1929, October 18, a woman. Number 6, Madagascar, 1960, June 26, a woman. Are you hearing it? Tanzania, number 7, 1961, December 9, woman. Number 8, Malawi, 1964, July 6, woman. Ivory Coast, 1960, August 7, woman. Number 10, Algeria, 1962, July 5, woman. United States of Biafra, November 29, 2024, Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, woman. It doesn't matter how you see her. It doesn't matter what you think. What matters is how the world who are marking the results and who are giving the past exam number is the one in charge, not you. What you feel and how you think and how you reason is what makes you a black man. I want to leave you finally with the voice of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for today's program. That is the name I want to leave you with. So you can go home and think and question yourself. Listen to this voice. This will be my last
method in our madness. We are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are headed. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
From me, from here, have a wonderful day.